No. Regional Utility Authority to order. It is 5:30. Roll call, please.
Member Caro.
Here.
Member Lawson.
Here.
Vice Chair Coates.
Here.
Chair Carter.
Here. I'll handle the invocation. I don't believe we have anybody here for that today, and then we'll do the pledge. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this time. Thank you for the people you put in our past, Father. Thank you for the leaders and the workers of this utility and our ratepayers, Father. Please lead us and guide us throughout this meeting. In your heavenly name, amen.
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 Pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, real quick, just a second before we take general comment. Just want to do a little housekeeping. We've had requests to get in a little bit early, so we're going to make sure the doors are open by 5 o'clock. And so people can come on in, relax, and, maybe ask a few questions if someone's available or something like that. So we want to take care of that. Tonight, we're going to be discussing a lot of sensitive issues and very passionate issues. And I want to remind everybody that our decisions will be made financially. There's a lot of great organizations out there, and all of us probably believe in all of them. But our decisions tonight are going to be basically made on the merit of finance, period. And our task is to stabilize the utility as we go forward, and that's what our goal is here. So I just wanted to bring everybody up to speed on that, and then we'll start general comment. We have 30 minutes for that. So first speaker, please. Non-agenda items.
Mr. Chair, I put a lot of work into a packet to help you follow my presentation now and later. May I distribute this to make sure you actually get it? Or maybe will someone take it?
Yeah.
I gave Mr. Walker
You can give it to the clerk or somebody. Yeah, I'm just trying to speed it up, sir. I would have, okay.
Yeah, I appreciate your willingness to speed it up, sir, but I would appreciate you looking at my packet as I'm speaking.
Okay.
If you really care what I have to say. When speaking about GRU, it is important to understand that decent, highly skilled, and hardworking GRU employees work around the clock in difficult, dangerous, and often unpleasant circumstances for us. Their toils have been disrespected by the City Commission. Keep in mind, these are the ultimate victims because many GRU employees get the same GRU bills we see. Many also live outside the GRU service area since they cannot afford their own products. They are not responsible for our high GRU bills. In 1973, I moved from a UF dormitory into an off-campus private apartment and became a GRU customer. That's when I began to study GRU at the UF College of Business, studying under James Richardson, former mayor of the city of Gainesville, and the Public Utility Research Center under Dr. Sandy Berg. After the 1973 oil embargo caused the price of oil to suddenly rise from $3 to $42 a barrel, the then fleet of Florida Power and Light oil-fired electric generating plants became uneconomic. So did other oil-fired power plants around Florida. FP&L promoted the all-electric gold medallion house in the late 60s during a time of cheap oil, cheap electricity, and explosive growth of the development in South Florida. At the very last minute, GRU changed the design of its overly large and massive Deer Haven 2 power plant from oil to coal. After U.S. interdisciplinary study that cost $1 million in 1973, it was concluded that they'll just build a 1,000-foot-high stack to disperse the massive pollution from this unnecessary large, dirty plant that sold lower-priced electricity heavily to GRU customers and wholesale around the state to FP&L and others. We got the pollution, our lakes were acidified, mercury contaminated our fish. At one point, GRU burned 2,000 tons of coal per day. I distinctly remember a conversation with my parents in 1978 regarding their $100 per month FPL electric-only bill for a small one-bedroom apartment in South Florida. My bundled aggregate GRU bill was $30 for a 2-story Sad Sister Victorian house in downtown Gainesville. In January 2000, a former city commission with a sophisticated knowledge of local government was elected mayor with around 7% of the possible votes. Using a parallel command of the local Democratic Party, this mayor orchestrated waves of political cronies to march GRU off the financial cliff in lockstep with her wishes. Finally,
Okay, thank you.
Republicans went along with it as well.
Thank you, sir. Next
Thank you.
speaker, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, sir.
Can you give my time back?
We'll get you your time back once. Yeah, we need, that microphone's got a mind of its own, it looks like.
Okay, thank
Go
you.
ahead, sir. We'll make sure you
Thank you
start.
very much, Mr. Chair. Anthony Johnson. Mr. Chair, I've been following the happenings with the board, and I want to bring something to the board's attention that I think that's being overlooked so far during the board's meetings. The board was created to address the rate issue, the ratepayers issues in terms of rates being too high. And I know that you are aware of that, but one of the things that I'm concerned about that's not being discussed, and I haven't heard anything brought up about it either from GRU, City Commission, and I brought this up with them in the past, is the tier 1 rate on our utility bills. My tier 1 rate is set at 850 kilowatts per billing cycle. That's too low. I've checked, I can't find another utility in the country that has the tier 1 billing rate set that low. And what that means is, I'm with the temperature and the heat, we just went through a very hot summer. Mr. Chair, with the rates with the temperatures that we were experiencing, I was getting into tier 2 billing by the second week of the billing cycle. And that you know what that means.
Yes, sir.
So I'm saying, I think that we should focus on the ratepayers before we get into the Standards and Poor's and Fitch and Moody's discussions about what's going to happen with this board and what it's going to do with the commission and the funds. Let's get that taken care of first. The ratepayers have been bearing the burden for so long, and this is the way to do it without having to do a lot of discussion. Set that tier 1 rate to 1,100 kilowatt hours per billing period. I know that's going to make some people nervous, but that's where it should be. 1,100 kilowatt hours per billing cycle, and keep those billing cycle days set at the maximum of 30. Do that, you've satisfied the customers, the ratepayers, and you can go about your other business, take your time doing it, think it through, be judicious in it, but take care of the ratepayers first, Mr. Chair. Set that rate, you can do that tomorrow. You don't have to get any permission from anyone. That can be set tomorrow at 1,100 kilowatt hours per billing cycle. That will relieve the ratepayers of what we've been suffering for so long. Please take my suggestion into consideration, Mr. Chair. I mean, it would be something that I think that all the point Mr. Clemens put in for Mr. Clemens' bill of 1465 was designed to help the ratepayers. So I'm kind of nervous right now because I've been
Don't worry,
this
sir.
building.
I appreciate
Forgive
you
me
being
for that. But we are the ratepayers. Take care of us first. Do what you have to do with the financials later. But the ratepayers need to come first in this. Thank you
sir.
very much for having me.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Debbie Martinez. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Debbie Martinez. In business, when there is a financial crisis, there are 3 practices that are implemented. 1, a hiring freeze. 2, salary freezes. 3, layoffs. Then analyze what went wrong and admission of it in order to change the course of action. This authority does not have control over the city commission budget, but you do have control over GRU's budget. And you need to go over the entire budget with a fine-tooth comb and cut out all the fluff as soon as possible. Many years ago, the City Commission made dramatic changes to the GRU's integrated resource plan, focusing more on political, environmental issues rather than affordability. That is not how you run a business. That is why we are in this financial mess. GRU customers cannot afford to keep bailing out the city commission who spent over 5 years going on a hiring and discretionary spending spree on the backs of GRU customers, while GRU's unsustainable debt kept ballooning out of control. The city commission recently voted to give city executives another pay raise who are already earning San Francisco-style wages. And now they want this authority to keep sending them money. GRU customers have suffered long enough, and this authority is our only hope. Thank you again for your willingness to serve.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Tana Silva. First, thank you, board members, for stepping up to begin sorting out a disaster. And thanks to the people who have participated knowledgeably for years in trying to prevent the disaster and now in trying to help resolve it. May the practical finally prevail over the political at City Hall and at GRU. The city manager put out a scary memo, but what's much scarier is the egregious waste of city money, assets, resources, and trust over the past 8 years and counting. Tomorrow's City Commission meeting agenda offers more examples. Every agenda does. But what we don't see much questioning of, that spending of the economic and environmental damage, of the debt, of the wage gap, of UF and corporate interest, influence, and the lack of analysis or of priorities. I'm glad to see the board's priority is saving GRU. Thank you for taking great care, as I know you will, with the IRP, with the AMI, with the disposition of GRU properties, and insisting on top-tier expertise and experience to lead the electric side, especially as demand increases and decisions only get trickier and more consequential, with issues such as the energy density at the foremost. Bioresource management, can you question them about how much the diesel cost for transporting all the, and grinding up all the trees has really cost and added to the fuel adjustment, the true life cycle of environmental and financial cost for power generation that is considered by the consultant to be 91% of the carbon emissions that the city was producing. So anyway, that's all. Thank you and bless you and good luck.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Bob Tuning. The Gainesville City Commission would have we citizens believe that their so-called financial crisis was caused by House Bill 1645 and that this board can fix it. Obviously, that's a lie. The money debacle started with Mayor Hanrahan and continues to this day. Again, the city is whining about the general fund transfer, using scare tactics such as reducing manpower for public safety. Yet, against all common sense, they doled out pay raises recently. But this money crisis is your problem? Please. They, the city commission, say they sacrificed by reducing the GFT to $15 million. They didn't sacrifice anything. JLAC told them to do it. The reality is that GRU customers and all taxpayers are making the sacrifice, not them. GRU's mandate is to stop enabling this idiocy of using a utility to fund out-of-control spending and programs that we can't afford. My neighbors and I have faith in this board, and we're very happy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, gentlemen. Joe Beatty, and though I haven't been here for the last 3 or 4 meetings, I have been watching. And I was heartened to see, especially the last meeting, where it sounds like you're serious about getting down to business and taking control of this. I think it's really important that you start with maybe setting a list of priorities. Where are you going to start and what order are you going to attack problems? I think the budget and some of the other things that you can really look at and do something now. Some of the things that Mrs. Martinez, I hope you listened to her remarks, and Ms. Silva's, and I wasn't here for the ones before them, but take seriously and maybe go back and listen to them again after this meeting, because I think that's important. But I think you really need to make a priority list. I find it not part of the priorities. When I looked at today's agenda, you start with another presentation. These presentations usually eat up a lot of your time. I think the disposition, what you're going to do with that GRU property, it's important, but I don't think it's a priority. Maybe you all do, but I've yet to see you as a board make a priority list. So another thing that occurs to me is that years ago, the university put out a thing to employees. Did they have any suggestions of where spending cuts could come, where we could save money? And I think you should do that both to employees and invite the public in to give you things. I'll give you an example. Every time I get my bill, and I get multiple bills, each one has a return envelope. I don't know how many people are actually taking advantage of that. That's small cost, but these pennies add up to dollars, adds up to tens of thousands of dollars. And I think there are a lot of little ways, and if you invite people to participate, you may get some really good ideas. But I really think looking at the budget and taking a deep dive in that should come before the presentation that's going to be first on your agenda tonight. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. I do appreciate it, and I was really glad to see you're starting to really dig into this, and we need to accelerate that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Nancy Darren. Move fast and break it may work in the tech world, but you must slow down the speed and magnitude of so many drastic changes to our utility and governance before you get an understanding of our utility, how a municipal utility business works, including integration with other departments of the city. It is not financially prudent or how to run a business in a responsible, productive way. Stability and continuity are key during this initial transition. You do not have a fully seated board, and only 2 of you meet the legal requirements to be seated on the board that's supposed to be majority city residents. You've told and have a major stake in the game. You've been told to fix something that isn't broken, as evidenced until the bill passed, being 3 years into a strategic debt reduction plan that protected our investment grade ratings with all 3 agencies, who noted our strong revenue defensibility, stable governments, multi-system diversity, as we reduced the transfer, made incremental formulaic increases in rates, and built more robust liquidity metrics over the 5-year plan that was being executed. Electric reliability, even in times of crisis like Hurricane Irma or the Texas freeze, has been exceptional, winning national awards. Our water division is unparalleled, and commitment to energy efficiency has saved people money on their bills. Since the average GR customer uses less than 810 kilowatt hours per month, not the 1,300 or more like the rest of Florida we get compared to. GRU was one of only a few public utilities nationwide to win APPA's 2017 and 2022 Reliable Public Power Provider Diamond Award that recognizes public utilities demonstrating proficiency in reliability, safety, workforce development, and system improvement. Investment grade ratings, reliability, and safety are vital indicators of how well the city has been running the utility as a business. If you only look at the narrow lens of finance, you will make serious mistakes. Externalities matter in a real world, especially with a capital-intensive utility. Well, I'm running out of time. Our well-crafted strategic debt reduction plan, our investment grade ratings, disrespect and burden our dedicated, outstanding staff and employees and lock us into narrow, rigid parameters that don't account for the realities of enormous challenges facing the utility industry and every one of us right now with weather wilding, disaster preparedness, supply chain,
Thank you, ma'am.
and changes in procurement models. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ernesto Martinez, and I cannot tell you how proud I am to be here tonight, and especially having heard Chair Carter's comments in cleaning house or clearing the air, whichever the situation was. I am waiting to see what these decisions are going to be. I certainly trust that the members of this board are in agreement. And I have to ask each and every one of you to please pay real close attention to the first few speakers that spoke. And what I mean by that is I respectfully disagree with the comments made by the lady that just spoke. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, Mr. Carter, Tom Canilio, with the Center of Sustainable Agroforestry. I missed the last meeting, and I applaud your efforts and wish you the best of luck in tackling these problems. Most of us are here today living in Gainesville or around Gainesville because of the University of Florida. I came back here for school in 79, got a degree in agriculture. And it's the land grant, it's one of the two land grant institutions of the state of Florida. I'm going to pass around this, and I'm going to just tell you that the Environmental Protection Advisory Committee of the county is waiting for me to come to them with a PowerPoint on the possibility of integrating the university's IFAS research into our sorry biomass power plant, which really is not a sorry biomass power plant. It was a great idea. It was born in the bowels of IFAS, and the report that I'm going to start talking about is a 1995 research report that IFAS produced, and Rob Gilbert is going to be invited, I hope, the Dean for Research, to come and talk to the EPAC committee about how we can improve and lower the costs. Just to give you an example, and the public an example, we were offered to sell to GRU one of the biomass crops that IFAS developed for about, that comes in at 20 or 30% more BTUs per pound than the wood that we're now using. And by the way, we're bringing in waste wood from further and further away. So look at IFAS, look at this data, and hopefully IRP and Mr. Walter and I can get some more information to you folks. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, Kim Popejoy, consumer of GRU. This 1645, which is a charter amendment. I'm no attorney, but I tell you, I have dug and dug and dug, and I cannot find anywhere any example of a charter amendment occurring in the state of Florida that did not include a plebiscite, did not include asking the local municipal citizenry to vote on that charter amendment. I dug into the rules, the laws, the statutes governing that. There is no statute that allows this to actually exist. Now, I understand that there are all kinds of court-filed suits to deal with it, and they have yet been successful. But I encourage anyone that's listening to my voice to look it up for themselves, and they will see that this board doesn't legally exist. I also would point out that the governor was supposed to appoint a fifth member within 60 days of the vacated position. Still hasn't happened. So just to be clear, that charter amendments require either 10% of the registered voters to create a petition, 4/5 vote by a city commission, a city charter review commission. All of those are required. Supervisor of election places amendment on the ballot for November, and a majority vote. I would challenge any of you to show how you can possibly sit here and pretend that you're a legitimate board, a legal board. You're illegal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Angela Castile. I'm changing course on everything. I have a question that I feel needs to be asked publicly. It was brought to my attention that March of last year, apparently the biomass plant was not running and hasn't been running since. Is that true?
No,
That's not true. Okay, is it just running at low,
Well,
whatever
any
you
of
wanna
your
call it,
questions,
so.
we'll be happy to answer. We don't want to get dialogue here, but we'll be happy to answer them afterwards if you're still around, and we'll get that answer to you.
Okay, well, it needs to be public. So, thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Ryan, and I'm just a concerned member of the community. I understand that GRU, the city is in trouble. I understand that you guys are here to do a job and that y'all have to make changes, but I just want to say that I don't think cutting the general funds is a good idea. It's very important to the nonprofits here. Our city is riddled with homelessness, and without some of those funds, we can't do anything to help those people. And that was all I wanted to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please. Oh, here we go.
Hello there, Bobby Murmer, coordinator of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. I'll be speaking later tonight too, but I just wanted to fact check some of the stuff that was said earlier about, from other public commenters about the financial position of GRU. Just looked up the information at Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch, and our credit rating, the utility's credit rating is still investment grade, high investment grade. This utility is not on the verge of bankruptcy. So when I hear the Chair Carter talk about having to make decisions that are best practice for utilities, or that are best utility practices, best industry standards, keep in mind, please, that the people who are charged with determining for investors which investments are risky and which are not say that this utility is not. We could be in better financial shape, and definitely around the margins, we should work to get there. But we're not on the verge of bankruptcy. We're not in crisis. So I just hope that we can sort of keep that in mind as we make these life-altering decisions this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Board, my name is Lee Scott. I'm a lifelong Gainesville resident, the community engagement director out at Grace Marketplace. Last year, I managed about 30,000 volunteer hours, about 1,800 people from all walks of life, all over Gainesville. And there was one common thread through all of them, and that is they're willing to donate their time and efforts because they understood that our community is only as good as our most vulnerable people. We've reduced Gainesville's homelessness by half, down from 1,400 down to about 750. That's going to skyrocket back up if we make these kind of decisions tonight. And as usual, we're manufacturing crises, and it's the folks at nonprofits making 30 grand a year, taking care of people who are near death, that are going to have to argue over each other over who's supposed to be paying what and where this fund should come from. It's not going to be any of the folks making six figures or driving a Denali. We have raging debates every time we want to build affordable housing, but we never have a raging debate when one of those luxury apartments goes up or we decide to spend $80 million to expand the stadium. There's never a raging debate. But anytime we advocate for taking care of vulnerable people, then we have some raging debate because it's a manufactured argument so that we're arguing amongst each other. So I encourage you to think about doing the right thing. I understand that you said you're going to make financial decisions tonight, but sometimes the right thing is a financial decision. It costs $48,000 a year to house people at the Alachua County Jail. And we've said that that's a human right? Like we're just gonna pay that. It's a fraction of that to house them at a shelter or a mental health facility, or just to get them off the streets and actually house them. It's a fraction of that. Our emergency rooms are gonna be overloaded, the jails are gonna be overloaded, and we continue to pay money on the back end when we could spend the money on the front end. Right now, there's 1,300 beds at the Alachua County Jail, there's 150 at the shelter, and there's 35 at the local rehab. So you can tell us where we're putting our time and our efforts, and it's because of meetings like this, because we don't think about the most vulnerable of us on the front end of it. So I encourage you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
next
we're 1
item.
minute from our max.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Let's go to our next item.
Mr. Chair, the next item is the adoption of the agenda.
Looking for a motion?
Adopt this agenda?
Yes.
Yes. I would like to take the discussion of the sale of GRU property and move that to the end of the agenda and begin with the next one.
Okay, so your motion to modify the agenda then?
Right.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comment on the agenda?
Oh, go ahead.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't bring my agenda up with me. So does that mean the second item on the agenda will be the discussion of the general fund transfer? If not, would you please consider making the second item on the agenda to be the general fund transfer? Because that is a priority. That's who's suffering in this community is GRU customers. As you recall, there was a gentleman here at the last meeting.
Just clarification, the second item will be the service reduction, and then it'll be the general.
What's
thing.
the service reduction? Okay, general fund
Well,
transfer. Oh, okay, I forgot they changed it to a
Well,
warm and
no.
fuzzy name. I'm not used to the new one. Okay,
Okay.
but,
No problem.
in short, as you recall, we had a gentleman here at the last meeting who came in a rainstorm, a lightning storm, on his bicycle, who lives past the Gainesville airport because he's been struggling to pay his GRU bills. So I appreciate you doing this. Thank you so very much.
No problem. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
I would respectfully ask you that when you get to the impact of GSC alternatives on rates and debt reduction, that instead of using the word rates, say billing policies. Because the rates, as Tony will tell you, they're very complex, but there are billing policies that are unjust, unfair, and uneconomic for all concerned. And that's how we can deliver relief, as Tony knows, without affecting GRU's finances whatsoever. And you know it, sir. I've talked to you about it since 2016, sir. You know the truth. So I wouldn't limit it to rates, because that's a rabbit hole. I like to talk about billing policies that affect the owners of this utility. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Joe Beatty again. I first of all quasi-support the motion with moving that's on the table is to move the first item to the third, as I understand. My ask would be that you move it way down to a future meeting. I think that there are many more priorities than that at this point in time. And I think if you give ample time to the first two items, you probably won't get to the third, but I think you should make a conscious decision to say, let's do this later. So I do support the motion and hope you will and perhaps modify it to remove that item totally from tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Hello again, Bobby Murmur, speaking in a personal capacity. Promise I'm not trying to be difficult, but I am hard of hearing, so I could not hear what Member Caro said.
He
So I
wanted
just
to
had-
move, just for clarification, he wanted to move the disposition of the Power District property to the end of the meeting.
All right, thank you. And then,
That would ramp everything else up one.
yep, thank you very much for that clarification. And then also, just in general, for people watching at home, I don't know if the microphones pick up better for viewing.
Yeah,
but
they're
for
trying
us-
to monitor that back there. I think they watch it online also to make sure that we're trying to get everybody. So,
yes.
and we have somebody standing in the door nodding his head, so.
So just as a favor, like for those of us in the room, who might be hard of hearing, if we can try to project just a little bit more. Thank you.
So is the chair, by the way, so I'm sensitive to that. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I can't stop thinking like a nurse. So I'm going to tell you in terms of triage, the item about the fund transfer is the most important. And I see the parallel in work I did on oncology units where, cancer cells are in a patient's body and the cancer cells prosper and grow and prosper and grow at the expense of the host until they finally kill the host. And then, of course, the cancer cells also have to die.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker,
Mr. Chair,
please.
may we have the citizen's name,
Oh.
please?
Kali, I'm sorry, can you say your name into the microphone, please? Sorry, I didn't catch that in the beginning.
Ishka Bibble, one of the Bibblettes. Kali Blount.
Thank you, sir.
Name's Donald Shepard. I come tonight because I wanted to take and get the copies that you all have for the citizens also, that you have dictated of your order in which you are doing, so that we, the citizens, should have a copy of that, so that we know what is transpiring in the upcoming meeting. I agree with the fellow members that this is something that Mrs. Martinez and others have mentioned that needs to be moved to the end of the meeting, and that's what I'd like to ask. And as Mr. Carnes stated, that we need to take and have this more clarified so that the public can understand it, simplified, so that, like I said, so the public can understand where we're going with the next meeting. I want to say in my ending is that I don't want this graph going to the city, that this graph needs to be kept to GRU. If we're operating GRU as a business, then why are we going to give
We're just
city money?
addressing the agenda right now, sir. So
that's all.
you're getting off topic a little bit. Okay, thank you, sir. Glad to see you. Any other speakers?
Ernesto Martinez, I also would strongly suggest that you take that item number 2 and either put it at the very last item or move it to a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers at this time? Seeing none, back to the board. Any discussion by the board?
I'm okay if it's removed. I have no issue with it.
Well, we're putting it to the end of the agenda. Then if we run out of time, is what the motion was.
Okay.
Okay. So all in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, you have it. Next item, please.
Mr. Chair, to clarify, that was unanimous, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, what I'll do, if it's not, I'll go ahead and tell you who's voted what. If not, it'll be unanimous. Okay?
Fantastic.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, the next item is the approval of the minutes.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Would anybody like to speak to the motion on the floor approving the minutes? Seeing none, back to the board for discussion. Any discussion on the minutes? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, the next item is the CEO GM comments.
Mr. Chair, I'll be brief. I will answer the question. So the biomass plant has been pretty much running continuously. There was a planned outage in October, between October and November. During that time, that 1 month period, it was not running, but besides that, it was running throughout the rest of the year. Quick comments. Back in November, we established a very aggressive plan, work plan moving forward. Tonight's very packed agenda is really a result of that. And so we do have some very large and important items tonight to address that could have a very impact on customers and the utility. And so I'm going to hold other comments until we start going through all of those. So with that, we can keep moving forward.
Mr. Chair, the next item is attorney comments.
Mr. Attorney, do you have any comments at this point, or do we want to wait until prior?
Just real quickly to update the board, I don't know if folks can hear me okay?
You have a microphone right there. It should be good.
Just to update the board, I met on January 5th, was it, with Tony and his executive team. It was, I think, a very productive and good meeting. I got to know his executive team and Tony, and we outlined a fashion of work orders so that his team could send work orders to us in a computerized fashion. It's called a job form program. We can track that, track our performance, see how we're doing in clearing projects for the authority and GRU. And so that's been that's been implemented. We're underway with that. I think it was very productive and good meeting, and definitely getting to know everybody was excellent. So thank you for making the time for us to do that, Tony.
And to piggyback on that a little bit, the board members also have access to you. And in this basically work order format, there might be some need to prioritize at times. So that could be a situation where if all of us are throwing some requests at him, he might or she might say, you know, what's your priority in this case? And then that might come to most likely the chair, I would assume, or the CEO and the chair. So there might be times that it might be a priority that you're not aware of when you make a request. And then you would go back to the member and explain that.
That's right.
Okay. That's right. Just, I remember we had that conversation, wanted to make sure we, out there. Okay, thank you. Sure. Next item.
Mr. Chair, the next item is business discussion items. The first item is 2024-73 GRU CEO GM search.
And that would be you, Eric, if you don't mind, sir.
Yes, okay, so I was tasked with coordinating this process. And so what I'd like to talk to the members tonight are sort of three areas. I want to talk about first the financial implications of this process. I want to talk through the process itself, and then finally I want to talk about the evaluation of the general manager and how that proceeds. So once we made the motion that we wanted to go down this road, the board approved up to $50,000 in the search process. So I want to step back and sort of play this forward and talk through the different options. So we directed the staff to reach out to a very specific recruitment firm, the same firm that was used the last time a general manager was recruited. That firm came back with a quote of $90,000 plus $10,000 in travel costs. So that far exceeded what we approved. However, the quote that they gave us is about a third of the salary of that position, which is not uncommon in the marketplace. When you go to recruit an executive, generally that fee is somewhere around 30%. So I don't believe what they quoted us was out of the range. I think what we asked for was maybe not in the range. So I want to walk through some scenarios just so we all understand the road that we're going down. So if we sign the contract, we're committed to a $90,000 expense with this recruitment firm plus $10,000 in travel. If we decide that we want to hire a different general manager, then we can count on about a $25,000 relocation cost for that executive. We can also count on about $125,000 severance for the current executive. So when I looked back when Mr. Bilarski was severed, that was the severance associated with that, as well as any PTO that executive has built up. The last payout when the executive left was $72,000. So if we go in a different direction with a new general manager, it's $90,000 plus $10,000 travel, $25,000 relocation, $125,000 severance, and about $70,000 in PTO. That in total would be $320,000 roughly. If we decide, if we go through this process, that the current general manager is the right one, we're gonna spend about $90,000 to $100,000 just paying the recruitment firm to help us with that. There are other implications I think we should consider. Based on previous board meetings and based on the discussions that we had where the general manager as well as other executives were to a certain extent put on trial, we can count on, if we do change general managers, there are going to be other senior leader changes. Similar to a football coach is going to bring in their own team. So if we change out general managers, I think we can count on 1 to 2 senior leader changes. That's going to add another $30,000 for each executive recruitment, roughly $5,000 in travel, and roughly $15,000 in relocation for each executive, as well as any PTO that we would pay out for executives that leave. If we lose 2 senior leaders, based on all that, it's about $80,000 per senior leader in that turnover cost. So as we go down this road, if we decide to make a change in leadership, it's about $320,000 for this senior leader, for the general manager, and then $80,000 for each one. That totals about $480,000. So it's a $480,000 decision if we decide to make a change in the general manager. At least that's the highest risk that I can calculate. Lowest risk, we're going to spend $100,000 confirming that we have the right general manager. So I want you to consider that. The second thing is I want to talk about the process. This process is a process that is in the sunshine. So it will take about a month to go through and identify all the key statistics with the recruitment firm, as well as to update and revise the job description. I've reviewed the job description. It's a pretty straightforward job description. It does need to be adjusted to that it reports to the authority and not to the city commission, but not a lot of changes there. But that will take us a month or so to go through that process, and then about another month to develop the profile and to begin to market it. And then it will take about 2 months to accumulate names and then bring those names to us as a board. I will review them, and then I will come to you as the board and make my recommendations. During that process, the board will obviously narrow it down, and we'll all agree on here are the 2 or 3 names that we would like to talk with and interview. Those interviews will be in the sunshine. So we need to recognize that anyone that puts their name in the hat for this role is a public matter. So if they're in a role in a different place, that's just part of the process. I think we also need to think about that anybody that puts their name in for this position is going to go back and review our past board minutes and how we have interacted with the general manager. I think they're going to consider the amount of lawsuits that are currently underway with regard to the sort of the maturity of this board, as well as I think they're going to consider that we're going through a bond validation. And ultimately, when we get through the other side of the bond validation, that's going to set it in stone. That's going to solve the issue. But when in the middle of recruiting someone, we haven't quite sit where we are as a board yet, and that needs to be solved through the court system, in my opinion. So the process is going to take 6 to 8 months. During that time, we are tasked with finishing a budget for next year and presenting that and approving that, as well as we also have an IRP process that is in place. I'm not sure we would want to complete an IRP considering we would make a change in leadership, because the leadership is going to influence, I think, how we decide about the IRP. So that's something to think about. And then finally, I think we need to talk a little bit about how we evaluate a general manager. So from my perspective, when I think about how we evaluate a general manager, I think about the mission. And the mission says that the GRU is responsible for safe, reliable, and competitive utilities. And so during my orientation, and probably all of you as well, I was exposed to many of the quality metrics and safety metrics that our utility tracks. And my recollection was that we have a utility board, or the utility has safety metrics in excess of the national average. So our utility board, based on the national tracking, is performing in a safe, reliable manner. We all know that the utility has had certain financial challenges. those challenges were created over the last 15 years. In the last year, when I evaluate the general manager, I think, okay, what happened over the last year? The current general manager was tasked with navigating a debt reduction plan through the city as well as through the Joint Legislative Audit Committee. So the current general manager navigated that process as well as went through and oriented us. So during that period of that audit process was also establishing this new process as well. So from my perspective, when I think about how we should evaluate a general manager going forward, I think that we pull some of those national metrics that they shared with us during the orientation. From a financial perspective, generally you look at the CEO and you measure them against your budget targets. Are we achieving our expected budget targets or are we not? We came into being in the middle of a budget cycle. From my perspective, this is the time for us to establish the next budget. We're going to have a lot of influence over the next budget. And that will establish our ability to evaluate the general manager in their performance based on what we've all agreed we expect out of the general manager. We're in the middle of a budget cycle now. And so I think it's a bit of a challenge to say a current general manager has not been achieving the budget targets or has not been running the utility at a certain level. Those are the things I wanted to cover. It's a lot to digest. First of all, as a board, I don't think this is a $50,000 decision. I think this is a $500,000 decision at most. It's a $100,000 decision at minimum. Understanding the processes are going to be very public, and that may influence the type of individuals that may apply. And then finally, I think through this process, we do need to establish some parameters around how we evaluate the general manager. And it needs to me, it needs to tie back to safe, reliable, and achieving our budget targets. And so I would open it up for discussion now, or at least hand it back to you.
So, great work, by the way. I sort of had some of those numbers because I did talk to the recruiters prior to you. I didn't have as many numbers as you did, of course. I didn't get into the travel and what have you. So for me personally, I want to hear from the other board members. I think I sense the direction you're going, but I'd love to hear from the other board members.
Well, I guess I'll speak first. This bill was passed. The direction of GRU as it relates to how they generate their power and how they're going to generate power in the future and how they're going to address their debt is changing. The times they are a-changing. And I would be for continuing the search.
Okay.
I think there's a need for that. And I think in so doing, I think we're going to learn more as the time goes on.
Okay. You concluded?
I am.
Okay. Mr. Coates, you have.
Wow. We're supposed to be saving money and budgeting. It's a hard part. However, since we have to do this in the sunshine, this is the most awkward part of it, is the part that I do not like is that every 2 weeks, that man has to be reminded that he potentially could lose his job. That part is the most gut-wrenching, because originally I made the motion to pull the Band-Aid off, to put someone in place that has, in my opinion, more experience. And if what I did is considered a trial, then I guess law school is in my future. So it comes down to money. And so if we are going to cancel the general fund transfer tonight, which is apparently we're supposed to do, to have a discussion about, then we will have the finances to find a general manager that has the expertise in navigating a mess. Now, to go more in depth, I think Tony Cunningham is an incredibly nice person. I genuinely do. It's not what this is about. I think we should continue the search if we have the funds to do it. And so I would like to suggest we table this because I cannot justify to the people that put us up here spending potentially $500,000 to find a person. I can't, but I agree with Mr. Caro, which is we need to continue finding someone that can navigate this because we get to see a lot of data that a lot of people don't, which is we have plants and we have things that are going to be taken offline in the next 7 to 10 years. And that's complex and that's costly. And because decisions that have been made, not by us, not even by the present city commission, but a long time ago, was what are we going to do after that decision? And so we have to think about tomorrow. We can't think about today. And we need someone, and if everyone here agrees that this is the guy, hey, I threw my hat in the ring, I pulled the Band-Aid off, I did that. You guys said no. I was done with the topic. Right? We need someone or a team that can lead this thing and get us out of debt and deal with the fact that plants are going to be coming offline. If that means we need to continue the search, my issue is $500,000. However, to comment on the $500,000, that is a scenario similar to the IRP process. What assumptions go in to get the data that you're making a judgment on? So I want to be very clear to say that we have options here. We could stop the process completely. We can do that. We get to make this up. We could get rid of him immediately today and put in an interim from GRU. There's a ton of qualified people, or we continue the search. These are the three options that I think we have. So I conclude.
Your turn.
So if we want to proceed, we need a motion to approve.
Well, I was sort of wanting your opinion. You gave us the facts.
I'll give you, okay, I'll give
Yeah.
you. Right out there. Here's my opinion. My opinion is we need to give this at least a year process. We are all so new to this. We're just learning to be a board, to be honest. I'm learning how to interface in front of the public. We've studied so much. What I haven't seen major financial variances. What I've seen is 15 years worth of decisions that put us here. I feel like as we go into the budget cycle, as well as the IRP, the IRP, just think many years ago, it was an IRP that drove the decision for the biomass plant. We're now in a position where we get to make the decisions on the IRP that will establish us for a long-term success. I don't think we're going to solve our debt crisis tomorrow, and I don't think we have the ability to reduce our customers' rates tomorrow either. And we'll have that discussion here in a few minutes. But I don't think that we can. There are some levers that we can pull. We're going to talk about them as well. The relationship with the city, making sure that we're getting the most value. I think those are really important. But what my observation has been in the tours of all the utilities, as well as reviewing the financials, I don't see gross mismanagement of operations. I personally have not seen that. But I'm still new. I'm still new to this position. I personally feel like we need to give the general manager some guidelines, which is we expect you to achieve your budget. We expect you to maintain a safe environment while we achieve our budget, as well as we expect you to walk us through an IRP and that it's a professional process. My recommendation would be to pause this process for a year, go through the budget, go through the IRP, and then a year from now, as a part of our normal evaluation process, we say, did the general manager achieve our expectations or not? That would be my position.
And I could probably go either way. I appreciate that. We try to hold down on that. I personally could go either way on it. The up to $480,000, quite frankly, is a huge factor to me. There are assumptions in there. I'm not sure, I did not look at his current contract. I'm not sure if there's a severance package in it, quite frankly.
I confirm there is.
There is, okay.
So there's not severance in the other senior leaders, but we will know we would pay out their PTO. I went back and
Right.
I actually
Yeah.
looked at, in the last separation, I looked at what did it cost to recruit the general manager, and then what was the cost of separation, and what was the cost of the PTO.
Okay.
And I also looked at the history of the recruitment for other city individuals and verified. So the numbers I gave you are based on historical numbers within the city.
And I would say that that's exactly why we asked you to do this. So you did a fantastic job. So at this point, if there's a motion to be made, someone needs to make it, and we'll go from there. And if there's no motion made, this actually will die for lack of motion to proceed forward for a search. So
I just have reservations about waiting for a year. I mean, you're right, we're learning. You know, I would admit that when I took this position, I mean, I was totally ignorant about what was going on with GRU, with the exception of my bill. And I'm very aware of that. But to wait a year when you say that the process is going to take 6 or 8 months, you know, we're talking about a year and a half or 2 years down the road. And I personally think that we ought to seriously consider starting something now.
And
that's no reflection on Tony. Tony may be the very best candidate at the end of the day. I just think that we need to seriously look at that.
And just to clarify, our previous motion that we're looking at now was to do a search, and it was to spend up to $50,000. So that was the motion. The fact that we cannot achieve that with the current firm, we could go to Baker Tilly. Is that?
We can. I'm not sure they're going to be significantly below what we were quoting.
Okay.
I don't know that.
Yeah.
I can't. Just my opinion is, it's generally about a third. The recruitment head
About a
hunter fee is
third
about 30%
of the salary, okay. So I just wanted to clarify, but our previous motion that was passed was to spend up to $50,000 on a search for the CEO. So now we would have to modify that and put a ceiling on it.
And what would the ceiling be, 100,000 at this stage?
Well, I'm gonna use the old phrase, in for a penny, in for a pound. There's no sense going 100 if we're not ready to spend 480, quite frankly, because if all of a sudden someone comes and says, Mr. or Mrs. Smith are the best CEO, well, we don't want to spend any money on severance. All that's going to be or if Tony's the best, then we stop at 100. But if he's not, there's going to be consequences. And I think Mr. Lawson's assumption that it could be a trigger effect too, are probably correct.
Well, do you want to wait until after we vote on the GSC?
That's strictly, again, I can entertain any motion. I don't make motions, so if someone wants to table this to the end of the meeting, we can do that. And then we can bring it back up for a motion. If they want to table it for a period of time.
If the concern is money, then I would make a motion that we reconsider at the end of the meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to table it till the end of the meeting. I'm not gonna take comment on the tabling because it's gonna be coming back up. So we'll table this. This will be the final item in the meeting tonight, correct?
Okay.
So if we scratch an item, this one will still be heard.
Or put it before the, put it on the end. It probably doesn't make any difference.
You want it at the end or before the disposition of the?
Before the
Okay,
disposition.
so this will be the item before the real estate item. We have a motion on the floor and we have a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Chair.
for clarification, I didn't understand what you were saying about the cost and the process of doing an interim GRU.
We didn't talk about an interim, ma'am, but we're gonna have that conversation.
I thought I heard you talking about, I apologize. I thought I heard.
Okay, next item on the agenda, please.
Mr. Chair, the next item is 2024-70 city services reduction.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm, I'm actually going to give this presentation. It's going to come from me. When the new law took effect July 1st, there were things that, uncertainties that we, didn't know who was going to be on the board, didn't know how the board was going to operate, things of that nature. And so, in terms of setting priorities and ideas of what we wanted to focus on and what the board thought was important. And so, okay, thank you. And so with that being said, as we've gotten into as we've gotten into the year and we're past a quarter of the year, I think there are several themes that the board has brought forth, and particularly surrounding around services with the city. We didn't know with the city if we were going to continue services, not continue services. We contemplated that through the summer. But as the board came on, I think we have a much more clarity on that. And so this item is really to talk through different thoughts and ideas that we have as staff and recommendations of going forward and where we can take immediate action. And so I'm going to step through that here in a few minutes and over the next few minutes, and then really I have a recommendation at the end. There are pieces of this that we don't know what might be the response to it, and we'll have an opportunity to talk about that as well.
Sure. Okay, just to that point, something I do want to point out that the CEO and I met with the city clerk yesterday, and we met with the city auditor today. We anticipate more meetings. They actually contacted me and wanted to have a meeting, and I wanted the CEO to be there. So at the conclusion of this, I want the board to basically give the blessing for the CEO and I to talk to those parties, because the rationale behind it, all of a sudden the city said, hey, by the way, we think an oil change is $2,800. We want the right to go in and have the conversation. We need to extend that same right to the city because these are service swaps. So we want to make sure we're having that conversation. So we got letters from everybody, and that's at the end of his presentation. That would have been my ask.
Okay, so with that, Member Carroll, I think you had brought up a couple of times. I don't want to go into significant detail here at this time because it will be bringing it back in February, but you have brought up several times, what's the big picture look at all of the different ways we interact? So tonight we're going to be talking specifically about several interactions with the charter officers, but what this slide and what this information really has is significantly more places that we're intertwined, that we have associations between GRU and general government. And so we tried to make sense of it by grouping it into 5 different buckets. One bucket is simply the government services contribution or the general fund transfer. So that is simply a transfer of funds to general government. Right now it's at $15.3 million. Previously it was in the $30 million range. So that's one interaction. Another interaction is direct payments. So there's some different services that we provide to general government or general government provides to us that is just a direct payment where we pay for the portion of the city attorney as just a direct payment of the salary of one of the attorneys. We have pension obligation bonds. We have other fees that are just back and forth direct payments. That category, along with, you'll see the shared contracts and agreements category, that's 2 down from that, and I'll talk a little bit more. But those 2 categories combined are about $5.4 million. And again, those are for specific services or things, and the 5.4 is just the one-way looking what GRU pays to the city for those different services. Another portion is the cost allocation plan, and what the cost allocation plan looks at is several different services provided and how to allocate those costs between general government, primarily between general government and GRU. And the items that I'm going to talk tonight really are all part of that cost allocation plan. And that cost allocation plan is about $3.8 million. So between those those first four, and then I'll talk about the shared contracts. So other things we have are contracts that we have that are like joint contracts. Security force, that's a joint contract between general government and GRU that we hire those security force. Different things, CDL training, document storage, our lobbyists. These are different things where we have this relationship and we share those costs between the two.
I'm sorry, are these listed someplace in the paperwork?
Yes, it's the first,
page?
it's the first slide or the second slide of
page
the
are we on?
presentation, page 2.
Page 2.
I'm
okay.
sorry, yeah.
Okay.
So page 2 of the presentation has these, again, it's trying to come up with a way, we've never really done it before where we're trying to untangle these things and show them individually. So we're trying to come up with a way to show the different buckets. So between the government services contribution or general fund transfer, direct payments, the cost allocation plan, and the shared contracts agreements, we're right in the neighborhood of $24.5 million or so that we are paying to the city of Gainesville as part of the relationship we have with them. And then the last part is a pass-through. And so this is really where we're collecting taxes primarily. And we do it for some of the other municipalities, but specifically with the city of Gainesville, it's $16+ million a year that we collect in utility tax. And that's just a pass-through directly to the general government for them to use. So that's a utility tax that's charged, we collect it on the bill, and we just pass it through. So big picture, all of those things are the things that define how we're intertwined and how we've operated for decades. What we are going to do coming forward in the next couple of meetings ahead of this is really start to talk about what pieces of those do we untangle, what pieces of those do we keep the same, and what our recommendation is going to be kind of on each and every one of those. And our guiding principles are really going to be around, are they things that we can clearly identify that we have a firewall so that we're operating independent of the city commission? We need to make sure whatever thing we have, we are under the authority of the new GRU authority and that there isn't a city commission influence or overlooking it. The other piece is cost. So if there are more cost-effective ways for us to get those services, whether they're internal to GRU, they're external, or there's some hybrid with general government, we'll identify what those are and again, make the recommendations. So the next couple of meetings will be making the recommendations on each of these things. And I will tell you that, this summer, we started to contemplate these, but we didn't know before the board came in kind of precisely the direction the board wanted to go in, like, more separation and more of a firewall or more of a coordination and working together. I think we have better understanding there, which is enough to give us that ability to make those recommendations on an item by item basis. And so over the next couple of months, we're going to bring forward what those recommendations are on this big list of things. With this item tonight, I'm really going to focus on a few of the cost allocation plan elements around, and particularly around the charter officers. Because what I've heard from the board and agree, there is some challenge of showing that firewall between the charter officers and the city commission. And so we want to identify kind of how we deal with that reality. So if you go to slide 3 of the presentation, I kind of touched on this already, but new authority came in the 23rd. In November, we really put in place this very aggressive work plan to start working through each of these things. Part of that work plan was to come back in February and March to address the SLA's MOUs. We're still on the track to do that, but tonight we accelerated a couple of those to really look at taking immediate action to hit our really guiding principle of applying business principles and moving us toward more financial strength. And so tonight we'll talk about a few of those services, and then again, moving forward in February and March will be the broader topics in the SLAs, MOUs, direct payments, all of these different categories. So I'm going to keep going through unless you all want me to stop and address. So what these I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to ask, when I sent you that email a couple of weeks ago, and asking, it was probably inartfully drawn. However, I was trying to ask for all monies
Correct.
that had been paid to the city over the last 5 years.
Yes.
And so you did provide a chart larger than this chart that had the city commission and the clerk's office, but it was probably 3 times as many items as this. But you didn't have all the numbers. And then in addition, I asked about all the SLAs.
Correct.
That I couldn't get the information on that either. And so a minute ago, and I didn't see it on here, which is why I was looking confused. You were talking about, a total amount being somewhere around $16 million or something?
No, so, yeah,
Okay,
so,
15.3.
Well, that's the transfer and then total of 24.5.
yeah, so let me kind of talk through that again. So on this slide, let me just go back real quick.
Okay.
So on this slide, what we try to do is create these 5 categories that trying to organize this, like I said, this complicated connection we have, association we have with the city. So these 5 categories, the first category is the general fund transfer, the government services contribution. That's about 15.3 million. The second category of these direct payments for different services is about 5.4 million. And that's the combination of those direct payments as well as the shared contracts and agreements, the fourth category. That's a total of about 5.4. And then the cost allocation plan is about 3.8 million. And again, those are services that are in the cost allocation plan. So those add up to about $24.5 million. Then in addition to that, the utility tax, which is something we put on our bill, we collect from the customer, and that goes directly, that's about 16.4 million. So the combination of all those is around 41 million. A couple of years ago, when the GFT was significantly higher, that was around like 55 million or so. So
What was 55? The total
the
transfer?
total was around 55.
Okay.
When we reduced the GFT last year, it's now brought it to around 41 million, including all of those different aspects.
Okay, so that is pretty close to what I was asking for, the total amount. So that's on an annual basis, and that's what's anticipated with this year's budget.
Correct. That is correct. Absolutely. That is correct.
That
And
bottom category, we don't have any control over. That just goes right onto the bill, but we don't have the ability to say yes or no to that. Is that correct?
that's my understanding, but I'd probably turn to the attorney to address
That's the
that more.
taxes you're referring to.
Pass-through, it's imposed by those governments.
And it's standard for utility to charge the
And it's
tax.
not just Gainesville, it's all the different.
Just as stores charge sales tax, same thing. Except with sales tax, you get a kickback fee for handling.
Yeah, so we don't get that for this.
You get a percentage, so.
And,
Did that answer your question, sir?
Well, yes. I mean, we're getting there. We're getting there.
yeah, and I think, Mr. Caro, coming to February would be the idea. We'd really get into the details of each of these and then the recommendations going forward. That's the path we're on because we're trying to go through each and every one and evaluate really what's the best thing for GRU and our customers with each of those relationships. What's the most cost-effective way to do it, and what is the way that, again, sort of, I keep using the term firewall, but creates that firewall to make sure that the authority has the sole authority over it, and the city commission does not any longer. And so we want to make sure that we stay true to that, and then we want to make sure we stay true to the most cost-effective way to provide these services. Because besides the GFT government services contribution, these other things, we are actually getting a service. The question is, in getting that service, are we getting the best value of that service? And that's what we're working through as from a staff level is, are we getting that value? Is there a different way to get that value going forward and more cost-effective for our customer?
And just to your point, so I heard you say you requested this information and you did not receive it to satisfaction? or-
Well, I didn't receive the numbers. I mean, I
Okay.
wanted the numbers and I wanted a breakdown I got the breakdown in the categories, but I didn't
Didn't
get
the
the, you know,
okay.
I felt like I was playing Texas Hold'em here. I mean,
Yeah, and I will, just to address that, so I mean, even today, we're still producing all of those numbers. Like, so putting all those numbers in one place, it's never been done before. Like, all of these different categories and these relationships, we've never kind of brought them all together. And so today, we've kind of reviewed the whole package, and my intent is, next week to be able to send out a lot of that information so you have time to absorb it and look at it prior to the next meeting where we'll really be getting into what those recommendations are.
Okay.
So with that, I think I'll get us back to this slide. So this slide, again, what was really identified were things that were historically have been things that we have paid for and we have received the services. Since coming into the new board, new law being enacted and the new board coming on board, is many of these things, the amount of service has been reduced, not because we just don't need it anymore. The city commission is the easiest one. We have no relationship with the city commission any longer. So any allocating of funds to that is inappropriate. We should not be doing that. City clerk's office, there are services the city clerk's office is still providing, which is why I'm reflecting a percentage of the cost being allocated, that there are services that we're receiving, but we are not receiving anywhere near the services that we had previously received when we were under the city commission versus where we are now under the GRU authority. I do want to say in these percentages, they are best estimates that we could put together. They are not based on hours billed, and we don't have a lot of detailed information, to be honest. So I put together what I thought is a best estimate associated with it. City Auditor's Office, very similar, that there is they provided service the first quarter of the year. We asked to put them on a pause for this year, and so I'm really reflecting some of the pause and also reflecting they are still providing a fraud hotline service the remainder of the year. Broadcast services, the decision we made as a board, you all made in the first meeting was to not have the meetings at City Hall, to have those meetings here. With that, the city broadcast is not providing us those services. So I'm reflecting the lead up and the first meeting and those with the estimate that I have here, but no more reducing that cost for the remainder of the year. And then the Equal Opportunity Office, they are continuing to provide us minimal services right now, really related to investigations, EO investigations, as well as reviewing of job descriptions and making sure we're meeting the law. So what I'm reflecting here is that minimal service, the remainder of that we would pay for the remainder of the year, but all the rest of the services that were historic, we would not continue to pay. With that being said, there is an issue associated with this that is I think a controversial part of it, and that piece is in discussions with general government last year and the charters, there was this discussion of, are we paying in the arrears? Are we paying for years gone by, or are we paying currently where we are now? And I think there was, from my perspective, there was consternation around that we're paying for services rendered 2 years ago. My perspective is that was a discussion then. We are in a new reality now, and so my recommendation is in this new reality, we're not getting those services this year, so we should not be paying for them this year. And so that is my recommendation. There are different perspectives on that are very real perspectives, but I wanted to give you my perspective. And so what I'm ultimately suggesting, and we can flip to the last slide, is that we have this cost allocation plan that every month we make a payment toward those numbers, that we essentially reduce that by $180,906. What that will do over the course of the remainder of the fiscal year, the 8 months remaining, would reduce the overall payment toward the cost allocation plan by $1.4 million, which was on the previous slide, the total. And so that's my recommendation, is that what we do going forward. And then we continue to evaluate the rest of that list and bring back the recommendation on other things, other items of how we interact with the city and the services that are provided. And then I believe the chair's thought and recommendation would be, as part of that, we interact, with him helping to lead that with those charter officers, and probably primarily the city manager would be the main individual. With this, I will just be clear, only thing I did was provide them the information, let them know, hey, here's the recommendation that I'm having. We didn't have any discussions beyond that, just said, this is my recommendation, and we're gonna stop making the payment in February. That's how I handled this, but going forward would be to potentially have those discussions a little bit. And last thing I'll just say with that is, I think with those rest of those services too, my recommendation, the board can go in a different direction, would be the rest of those, we'd be making decisions for what we do starting October 1st of 2024, which is fiscal year 25. So we wouldn't be in this budget year, we'd be really impacting next budget year, whereas the first recommendation is really has to do with this current year that we're in right now and stopping that payment starting next month. So I'll pause there. Got a lot of information out. Just welcome questions, and really wanted you all to also have an opportunity to have this discussion, because we've talked about this at different places, but this is an opportunity to really have the discussion and make a decision.
And I would say to that point, in the conversation we had with the clerk, I believe she pointed out there were some areas we didn't take into consideration. So be prepared, if Tony and I are having those discussions, to come back with a different price perhaps, because, we meet with the city manager, there might be stuff that we're not seeing. This was, I'm not saying one-sided, but it was one-sided, Tony's recommendation. So, any motion on the floor?
Let me clarify something for myself here. So earlier, I think I understood that we're looking at a total of $41 million transferred to the city under the current year's budget, right? And out of the non-GSC portion of it, and the non-GSC portion now we're talking about is in the neighborhood of $25 million, is it not?
So it is, but I think what I heard the attorney say is we can't do anything about the utility tax. So the
Right.
utility tax is about 16 million.
Yeah, but that, so you included the utility tax in the monies given to the city?
Correct.
Not, okay.
Correct.
Okay, so that utility tax is how much money?
16.4 million.
Okay, so we're still talking about $9 million, give or
Correct.
less.
That is accurate. That's
Okay,
accurate.
give or take. And so what we're looking at here is a total of 2 million out of that 9 million that we're actually discussing at this point and reducing it to this monthly amount.
Yeah, so what we're talking about is 1.44 million, to be precise. So it's 1.44 million about addressing that immediately.
Right.
And then in
Right.
February and March, we would be evaluating many of the rest of those services
The
to
rest of the
determine
$7
that.
million.
My feeling on it, on the remaining 7 million, that's where we begin to evaluate build or buy. These are just things that we're not really receiving services materially. The remaining 7 million are things like human resources, those things where we have to really thoroughly investigate. Does it make more sense to build it and do it ourselves
Right.
versus to buy it?
Sure.
from the city?
Okay, so what we're going to need to proceed forward would be a motion, and I would like, if you don't mind, in the motion to authorize the CEO and the chair to have these conversations with the charter officers. Mr. CEO, what is your, I know that it's going, the 2 years in arrears is, it had me scratching my head since the first day I heard it.
Right.
I've just never, I've never seen a business do that.
Can I make a comment
Yeah,
on that?
yes, sir.
Here's my interpretation of that 2 years in arrears. One of the questions I asked of Tony was, does GRU have a payable for 2 years in arrears, and does the city have a receivable? And the answer is no. The 2 years in arrears, in my opinion, is simply a methodology for how they calculate the annual allocation. They look back 2 years and they said, this is what our cost was 2 years ago, that's what we're going to allocate, and it's a rolling process. What we pay for today are the services we get today. They just based it on 2 years ago as actuals. That's my interpretation of what that means. We're not actually paying we don't owe the city for 2 years' worth of services today, because it would be reflected on the balance sheet if we did. That's my interpretation.
That makes, yeah.
So are you asking for a motion to approve the reduction, or are you asking for a motion to authorize you and the general manager to engage in discussions?
Both. I would say a motion to approve the reduction as stated, knowing that you're going to authorize, and it's going to be a floating number anyhow. And I think we will bring that back to the board for approval. But the CEO's thought was to get immediate relief.
Yeah, so I guess what I would say is, my recommendation is the motion is to start to reduce the payment by $180,000 starting in February per month. When we're meeting, I think the primary focus would be more on what's happening next year, but we could have discussion, and if we think we need to come back and have a revised number, we can decide to do that or not. To me, I think those meetings, though, are primarily more focused on forward-looking in fiscal year '25, which of those other things, the other list of 7 million, to your point, it makes sense for us to engage in, continue the relationship, modify the relationship, or end the relationship on. Now, the other thing I do want to point out is they provide us service, but we also provide them services. And so those discussions could roll into, they don't want the service from us the way it is, or we want to change that relationship as well. This isn't just one way. This is both, services go both ways between the.
That's my caution here, because again, I use the $1,700 oil change. What if they say it's $1,700? We'll talk to you next fiscal year.
Right.
So let's be careful, how we conduct business, because that mirror could be thrown back at us. So,
Can I ask another question?
yes, sir.
What is FCAP?
It's the cost allocation plan. Full cost. The F is full, so it's full cost
And
allocation
so how
plan.
how does the transaction work? Is it just so you're not proposing to reduce the GSC by that amount?
Nope.
You're just gonna reduce, okay.
The
all right.
FCAP. So the FCAP is it's a document about, the analysis is about that thick that goes through all the costs that we interact between the city and GRU and how those are allocated. And then that comes out to a number that we're then paying that every month. And so what I'm suggesting here is that we're reducing that for the next 8 months. And then as we go into fiscal year '25, we'll have much better defined, all of the relationships much better defined. And the FCAP may be significantly different going into that based on the recommendations and the direction of the authority.
Which allows the city to also plan.
Right.
Plan.
Right, and to the elephant in the room is, we didn't do this. We were handed this. So now we're all sitting there going, okay, here's what we're handed, implement. And quite frankly, it's hard for me to write any check without knowing, I don't sign a check without knowing what I'm paying for. So now that's why we're asking the questions, which has started this whole thing up. And that's when I started hearing the 2 years in arrears. So back to my statement is, the clerk did point out something that was not accounted in here. So I just want, in my opinion, if we have to alter it this year, I want to bring it back to the board, is what I was saying.
Mr. Chair, can we just clarify the distinction between the city clerk and my role? I just don't want to cause any
Yes,
confusion
the city
regarding
clerk.
that. Thank you.
We're not going to cut your pay.
No. I mean,
So I would need a motion on the floor, or we will move forward without it.
You sound like you got a good grip of that. Let's put you on the spot.
I really think that we need to thoroughly understand the situation before because like you said, I think you used a great analogy. I mean, if we could make this decision and then all of a
Well, yeah.
sudden we could have costs coming back at us because we haven't really, it's my understanding that the city commission meets with other entities commonly. They meet with the county commission, they meet with the school board, they meet with different entities where their services and their relationships overlap. It seems like at some point, not right now, but at some point, we may need to meet with them to have these discussions. And what you're asking for is maybe let you get really granular and meet with them, meet with their charter
Officers, yes, sir.
To have those discussions.
Yes, sir.
But that's separate and apart from this 180. because
Well, I was
they've already
asking for it to
agreed
be
to
in one
that.
motion.
Yes. No,
But-
I understand.
well, I'm
So
not-
we can
yeah.
still have that portion of the
Yes,
motion.
sir. You can break
having
the
to do with
motion.
this.
You can just make the motion to authorize the CEO and myself to meet, come back with a more finite number. You guys can make a motion to do anything.
I'll take one off the table. I make the motion for you and the general manager to meet with charter officers in regard to.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Citizen comment? The motion is for the chair and the CEO to meet with the charter officers of the city of Gainesville to determine some numbers on a reduction.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, Joe Beatty. First of all, I think the idea of a meeting with the charters is a good idea, but as one who's spent 15 years basically sitting in City Hall, observing what goes on, as one who's been trying to defend the process in open government for those 15 years, I respectfully ask you to not meet with them as the two of you. I think you should invite them in here to one of the meetings, either, a charter at a time or all of them at once. Have whatever discussion you would have, the two of you with a charter or charters, and have that in the public. I think that part of how we got to where we are is because a lot of these meetings have been, the city commissioners meet one-on-one with charters. There's a lot of things that have been really kept out of the public realm. You have a lot of people who have been here almost as long as I have, watching this whole debacle evolve. And we have a lot more experience than your admitted lack of experience in understanding of GRU. People like many of those that have spoken to you tonight and come before you have a lot of information, but aren't privy to all what goes on behind closed doors. I think you'll find us a valuable resource, and I think it's about time you demonstrate to the City Commission that open public government and decisions made in the sunshine, this is how you do it. So I suggest that you invite them, accept their request to talk with you here with us being able to observe. Thank you for your time, and I hope your positive consideration of my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Angela Castile. And I am going to echo what Ms. Beatty said. I do believe it needs to be in the public eye if you are going to have these meetings. If anything else, to gain the trust of those who have wanted this for years. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, Jim Conish. We have seen that, for instance, on IT, there is not full cost allocation plan. There's falsification of official records in order to obscure the transfer of ratepayer money
Okay,
to the city
the
of Gainesville.
motion is for us to meet. You're going into the weeds. I'm just.
But the thing is,
supposed to
we're
speak on
meeting with people that are defiant of 1645, that don't care about 1645, that pay our money to their authority to thwart 1645, who sits there and tries to stop you from hiring your own attorney. How can you justify these people looting our utility while you have 1.8 billion in debt and 1.8 billion in assets after depreciation? There's nothing to talk about, sir. It is clear that unless you stop the hemorrhaging of funds from GRU, it's going under, sir. It's insolvent, and you know it, and you know why it's insolvent. And talk to people that answer to the culprits who've created that mess is a waste of your time and theirs. There is no justification for Mr. Nee's office to get a dime from the ratepayers unless it's defensible and outside the scope of Mr. Walker's services. You yourself said that, sir. And you're just letting the money like flow out the back door, and you're gonna go chat with people that you know very well and you're friendly with. That's indefensible. Under these set of circumstances, given your statutory mandate, given what you know is going on with the audit, sir, you drive up there with them and face the angry state legislators. You know, it's time for action, sir, before it's too late.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of this authority. My name is Cynthia Curry. I serve as the city manager for the city of Gainesville. This transition is complicated. The full transition is inevitable, but I don't believe, speaking as city manager, that it can be done tonight or next week. The relationship between our commission and the authority, obviously discussions going forward, I do agree need to occur, but relative to the recommendation from the general manager CEO regarding the immediate reduction of the $1.4 million, as the GM CEO mentioned, he's making the recommendation. However, we really did not have an opportunity to talk about the estimates that make up the recommendation. We didn't have that conversation. I shared with him some correspondence yesterday that hopefully he did share with members of this authority. The commission goes through a process of putting a budget together. It is a lengthy process. It ends up in a budget that is submitted to the state with a millage rate that supports that budget that we cannot change in the middle of the year. And so when the budget is upended in the middle of a fiscal year, which is where we are, it makes it very difficult to carry forward what the expectation, not only of the commission, but what has been viewed in the public lens. It makes it very difficult to do that. And so I would urge that the motion that's on the floor to have an opportunity to speak to each individual charter impacted at least by the recommendations that the GM CEO has put before you, totaling the $1.4 million, that opportunity to be granted to those charters. That is the city clerk, the city auditor, the director of of equity and inclusion. And of course, I understand the city commission's item because you will note the GRU is no longer managed under the commission. But I want to move from that to the fact, Mr. Lawson, you explained the 2-year arrears issue very well. We use audited statements to do that, and last audited statement we had was 22, and so of course we're in arrears in that respect. And so we have put a budget together depending on or relying on the revenue from GRU in the budget that we're currently in, fiscal 23-24, and so to not have it, of course, upends that budget, causing the city to obviously have to go back and try to figure out how to replace those revenues or either reduce services. I'm not saying that to pose a threat or for anybody to think that it is putting you in a difficult position as an authority. You have your own situation to deal with, and I understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
But I would appreciate if we could have conversation back and forth, since we do rely on each other.
I do apologize, but I got to hold you to the
And
light.
it's no problem,
No
but thank
problem,
you so
ma'am.
much. I do urge the conversation between.
No problem. Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
My name is Donald Shepard, and I run as a people's representative for a mayor seat. And as a mayor running in that position, I find it very hard and ignorant of the individuals who are in charge of these budgets, like our city manager, like several others, that have not brought you the information. This here, I thought, during the last meeting that we had, that this was being made to be brought to you, but I don't see it. in our paperwork. This here is negligence. This has been a negligence since she been in office. I've been running, same as Joe Beatty, 15 years coming to these meetings and seeing negligence and negligence and negligence. Why? Because these people obviously don't know their jobs. And for a person who doesn't know their job, they shouldn't be being paid. And I'm sorry for my roughness, but that's how I see it as a businessman.
I appreciate it.
So I got a minute for it.
Well,
I
just
want
stick
to-
on the topic of the motion, please.
In the topic in motion, we want to take and cut this GFD. We don't need to give the city commission any more money. So, poo-hoo if certain ones are losing their jobs because they haven't done their job. And the city manager could get up here and say what she said. That's not right in the representation of the people. And for them to create bills like I have, this GRU, I got the bills right here to show what these GRU people are charging the citizens, some $1,200 to $1,500 a month. This is sick. This is highway robbery. Where is the money going? We don't have no paperwork showing it. That there needs to be done before we go further. You gentlemen that are in charge, especially our attorney, needs to have this made within 2 weeks. If they don't have it done within 2 weeks, sorry, we're not gonna have no more meetings because you're not taking breathing information to go forward. The chair also should make this a mandate to take and be in our best interest of the public. So I want to take and thank you all for doing what you're doing. As I always say to everybody, thank you for doing the job you're doing, and pray to God that you're doing it right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
My name is Mike Cook, and I'm just a consumer. But I support the motion. And the reason I support the motion, and to contradict some of the other speakers, neither the chair, nor the CEO, nor any of the charter officers are going to be able to have immediate access to the information you're going to need to get to the bottom of this. They're going to need their staffs. And that's not something that can be done in a committee meeting like this. It's going to take the one-on-one with the support of the staffs to get the accurate numbers you need to make the decisions to go forward. And we shouldn't be paying for stuff or services that we're not using. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Wilbur Holloway. I'm speaking against the motion. I agree with Ms. Curry that they need as much time to adjust their budget. It's mid-January, so we have, 8.5 months for them to adjust their budget. They bounced my property taxes up to make up for the shortfall. They've raised the GRU rates. They got plenty. Give them all the time. I don't think we need to spend any more time on this. Cut the budget to GRU. Do not make the transfer. Let's move forward. We're adults. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Next speaker, please.
Ernesto Martinez. First of all, I would like to respectfully ask you to consider amending the motion to include an auditor at these meetings. And secondly, and most importantly, I would strongly urge you to have these meetings in the sunshine where we can witness whatever you do. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Next speaker, please.
Thanks, Anthony Johnson. I don't have a problem with the CEO and the charter officers meeting, but I'm concerned about what they will be meeting over. The numbers that we heard from the CEO, they are numbers that I consider to be enhanced in a way because of, again, what I mentioned earlier, the tier 1 rate. By the tier 1 rate being so low, those numbers that you just quoted with the taxes and all, those get calculated after the tier 1 rate kicks in and we go into tier 2 billing. So the numbers are somewhat on steroids that you're talking about. So if you're gonna have this meeting, you, basically what you're saying to the ratepayers is that 850 kilowatt per month usage, that's baked in for life. Because if you change that down the road, then all the numbers that you're talking about now are gonna be off. So I think you should get that part out, get that cleared up first. Where are we gonna set the tier 1 rate so that it's at a 21st century real world level? At 850 kilowatts, it's way too low, and that's why it's pumping these numbers. That's what, all those numbers are based on that setting. We gotta get that done first, then you can have your meeting and talk, come to whatever conclusions that you wanna come to, or come up with some plan, because the numbers will be stable. But if you're gonna say that you're gonna keep that rate at 850, then there's no reason for us to be having this meeting. I don't think the board would, I mean, nothing would change for the ratepayers. That's where the bills are being weaponized at, in the low setting of the tier 1 rate. It's too low, way below the state average. Like I said, I haven't found anyone, so if you're gonna have this meeting, I don't know why you'll be having it, because you're dealing with numbers that are phony somewhat, unless you're planning on keeping them that way. That's my comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Nancy Darren, thank you. Mr. Lawson, thank you so much for your thoughtful insights and input. I really appreciate it. I support the motion. You need to take time and understand, because GRU is the city and it's all interwoven, and it won't settle out in like that. So thank you very much, and take your time with this.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Kim Popejoy, Mr. Chair. To the motion, yes, please. Meet with as many charter officers as frequently as you can, taking Mr. Cunningham's 5 items with you so that we can all better understand exactly what the relationship is with, between GRU and all of the aspects of the city. The other thing I want to bring up is I hear frequently from all of you wanting to create, or not all of you, but some of you, this firewall between this authority board and the city commission. Yet the law says that you guys have to prepare and submit to the city commission at least 3 months before the start of the city's fiscal year, an annual budget. The concept of creating a firewall with the owner of GRU seems a little silly. And I'm wondering if you guys can kind of come up with another approach and realize that, okay, maybe you've disagreed with the wokeness of the city commission over the last 15 years. And yes, that Hanrahan Commission decision and all of that was a mistake. And so now we have this law that's probably illegitimate, and there's a good possibility that this board will either dissolve or certainly be changed. So the concept of building a firewall, how about building a bridge with the city commission? They own the utility. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers to the motion on the floor? Didn't you already speak?
No,
Not to this motion? Okay.
no, you probably know
I
what I'm,
just-
you probably
I had
know
you-
what, you probably already know what I'm gonna say.
Go
This-
for it.
This is just another glaring example of why we need an expert who can be objective, that doesn't have personal relationships with the commissioners across the street, who has the experience and, the expertise in dealing with financially broken utilities like ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Bobby Murmer. Speaking in a personal capacity, I just want to say I do appreciate this motion. It's a good sign when I see people that are presented with new information decide to press the brakes and move forward and having conversations with other stakeholders to figure things out. So I think that's really smart. And I wish that this board would head in that direction more often. This is a good start. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, I'm going to bring it back to the board for discussion. Any discussion on the motion?
I had just a comment. One of the things that I'm interested in, anytime we bring an action that is going to result in a financial savings, I'm always interested in what are we going to do with the financial savings?
Right.
I didn't really see that. I think obviously it either we give it back to the customer or we pay down the debt. I'm just, as we work our way through this, I'd be
Yes.
interested to always have at least a recommendation from GRU leadership, just because that'd be our thought. I don't want to change.
Yeah, and I
the
think
motion
there's,
just to-
no, but I think.
Yeah, kind of at a high level, address it for sure. So some of the reduction in services and these costs may result in, we need to do some things internally to cover that. So it's not like every dollar that we're reducing is complete savings, because we may still have certain services we have to provide. Broadcasting is a great example. We're reducing broadcasting, but there are things we're doing in these meetings here that cost. So some of those funds are going there. But overall, it will be a reduction. Any reduction in cost, we're going to incorporate it into the budget as we go through this season to get more clearly. But if it's a true savings, we're focused on all savings going toward debt reduction moving forward. And then I think through the budget process would be any impact on rates. So it would be focused on debt reduction beyond any costs that we have. And then any rate relief would be through the budget process.
And we're talking about your meeting with the city.
That's it?
Okay.
Yep. Just, so the reason I want to meet with the city is a selfish reason. So anybody that's been in business, you need to know every aspect of your business, pro and con. I stated earlier, we are not the authors of this agreement. We were presented it. So as a selfish reason, sitting down with the charter officers and going through the methodology will help me make a better decision for the ratepayers of this utility. That's my methodology. That's why I want to do it. Because again, they have the option to do the same thing to us. So be careful what you ask for. And you can shake your head all you want, sir. And clarification, Mr. Conish, I never said Mr. Nee's office should be defunded. I said we should have our independent attorney. And I drove to the Tallahassee with Mr. Cunningham, not with the city commissioners. So just so we've got the facts going. Okay, back to the board. All in favor of the motion, say aye. The motion would be to have the chair and the CEO meet with the charter officers and to come back to the board with the number of reduction. Okay, motion's on the floor. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just want to confirm for the original recommendation, the decision of the board, since no motion was made regarding the original recommendation.
He did not. The only motion, he said he's taking that one off the table, and it was for the meeting only. So he took
Okay,
the reduction off the table in the motion.
Wait,
Okay.
So we still have to consider that.
No, he took it off, he said.
He took it off the
He took it
agenda?
away. He said,
I broke it in half.
That's
Oh,
what
you
I
did say-
thought.
oh,
He
you said you
he
took it off the
separated it.
No, I
No, you
wanted
said
to
you took-
remove the easiest one.
okay, so you should have said split the motion then. You said you eliminated it, basically. So, yeah, we
Its
can go back to it.
Intent was to separate, I thought. Yes.
So anyhow, what,
Mr. Chair, my understanding was as Vice Chair Coates stated that he was making a separate motion
he
from
was
the.
gonna split it.
Correct,
No
yes,
problem.
sir. So,
Second motion then.
I think that Eric really enjoyed talking about that.
I like allowing the chairman and the general manager to engage with the city so that we really better understand the situation. If we pass this and reduce it, I think it opens up the door to have other changes come back to us that we're not prepared for. I.e., the city's charging us for different services that we buy from them.
So what is it we're concerned with? What
Well,
are we afraid
permit-
of?
well, permitting fees, yeah, I mean, he's gonna address a lot of that in the next item, but we don't know. I mean,
should we be afraid of this is
Well,
like
I'd
being
say-
afraid of the unknown.
well, what I'm
I
saying
mean, I think we
is-
need to do what we think is appropriate, and I don't get the feeling that we're slapping anybody in the face or flaunting anything here.
I don't believe we're
And
doing that
I don't think we need to be necessarily so concerned with what the city. I mean, everybody seems to think the city, the people that support the city are they concerned that the city are going to be the 600-pound gorilla and come back and try to do something? I mean, I just don't think we ought to worry about it. If we think
that's fine. My only concern, and like I said, in business, for every action, there could be a reaction, and I'd like to know my cards, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And that's just the way I ran business. That's mine.
Is that the same kind of logic that we're gonna have when the general fund transfer comes up? Because if we're talking about throwing rocks back and forth, I believe Tony in the meeting that we had, I think what'd you call it, breaking the glass and I said, no, you gotta rip the Band-Aid off. So it's one of those things that if we're concerned about something as minuscule as a few $1,000,000 and we're afraid to act because of what might happen. No, this is my terminology, not yours. But I do agree that when you do one thing, something's gonna come back. But we're here for a purpose and we're here for a reason, and that is to make sure that if there's no parades tomorrow, people are gonna be upset. If there's no electricity, who's gonna get blamed? We are. All of us up here, right? So this is the logic and the frame of mind that I feel we have to have. The city is I had a fantastic conversation with Cynthia Curry yesterday. Thank you so much. That was a great conversation. I understood it. She did an amazing job explaining to me. However, someone's got to rip the Band-Aid off on this thing. And if we're concerned about $1.4 million, I can't wait to hear the concerns when it comes to 50.
My suggestion is you make the motion and not delegate someone else to make the motion.
He was discussing it previously.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is.
This is discussion piece, that's all.
Well, we don't have a motion on the floor yet. Okay, so back to what I'm saying. I'm not afraid to do anything. What I'm saying is, let's be careful. I want to know all of the levers. That's my thought. There's 3 other votes here. I'm just one. But make a motion. Somebody. Or let's move on.
I'll make a motion, we accept the recommendation and reduce the FCAP by that amount.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one thing? Can we add the also continue, I mean, this is what we're going to do anyway, but the second one, continue to the evaluation, so we're bringing back to you the recommendations on the remaining items on the list as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So it's the whole recommendation. Yep.
I would ask you to consult your very qualified attorney about the proposition that it's not optional. It's not an option for you to allow them to bill us for services not only that you don't use, but that you can't use, such as what they call equal opportunity. I'm sorry, but it's no longer authorized, not as of February 1st, as of October 1st. I'm glad everyone agrees that we shouldn't pay the commissioners that ran, as a body, that ran the utility deep into a deep ditch, anything, so they can have catered meals and travel the world like they're foreign dignitaries. So, you are not allowed to fund the Equal Opportunity Department or whatever it's called now. You're not allowed to do it, sir. There's nothing to talk about. You know the lever, sir. You were over there. You know the lever, sir. You know that they're driving the utility deeper and deeper and deeper into debt. You know that. There is no authorization for you to continue to do business as usual. It's illegal. It's been decided by people in higher places, elected by us. And anyone that thinks that city commission owns the utility is a fool. The city commission does not own the utility. Look up on the Kelly plant and you'll find who owns the utility. Ask your attorney who owns the utility. Nee doesn't understand it. He needs to take some refresher courses. But the utility belongs to the citizens and the ratepayers in the city, and we need to stop the hemorrhaging right now in just this meager way, but there's bigger fish to fry. But if you're not even going to tackle a minnow, we're in trouble. And you're outside the scope of your legislative charge, sir. It's not an option to go along with anything less than what Tony has put forward. We need the undercharge for IT sooner rather than later. They have no cards. You have all the cards. You know, you collect all the money and you give them what you want. You know, they can pick at you. They can harass you like they've harassed me for 20 years, but there's really nothing they can do about you doing your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Wendy Wood. I just wanted to comment the new motion on the floor to go ahead with the 1.3 million reduction. I don't agree with that. I think pumping the brakes, identifying and meeting and figuring out what it entails. I like how y'all are thinking about, you know, get all the cards together so that you know what's going on and you can go into the decision knowing everything, you know. That way when you're, you know, because if you sprint before you're ready to walk, you're going to land on your face pretty much. So just learn all the information first, like y'all are suggesting, and then go into the decision knowing more of the facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Donald Shepard again. What I wanted to speak of is to say that Mr. Carnish is exactly right. Mr. Carter does know what the ins and outs of this scenario of the GRU by the letter. Why? Because he was a mayor. When you run for a mayor, before you run for a mayor, it's your job as that individual to take and know the ins and outs of the finances, the ins and outs of the jobs, and how much each individual's getting paid. That's their job. Therefore, I say it hasn't been done. We haven't had that in the last 7 mayors that we've had. Because why? Their excuses kicking that can down the road. I've been there. Joe Beatty's been there. Mr. and Mrs. Martinez have been there. We, the representative, we the people, we have been there for the city commission, for the mayors, and improve them. Those mayors have not done their job. That's why they need to be removed. Harvey Ward, a good example, too.
Can we stick to the motion on the floor, sir?
So my motion is that we need to take and cut the money from the city commission, period, and treat this as a business. I've been kicked out of the city hall illegally. It's against the Constitution for me to be removed from the city hall, but they've done it to several people. And we need to find out how many of those people were removed from the city, and they need to get $100,000 for that year of them being removed from the city. This is 2 times for me, Ray Washington. I mean, I could go out and name a whole bunch of names because I believe there's 7 people that have been removed from the city commission meetings. That's totally illegal, and I believe we need to make that noted that they can be back in that city commission meeting tomorrow at the earliest. And this needs to come from our city clerk, all the people that we're
Sir,
responsible.
please keep to the motion.
Um,
The motion on the floor, sir. Thank you.
And so, my motion is to bring the information back to the chair and the lawyers and people here so that we can move forward. Until then, we have nothing. So, Thanks
Thank
all.
you, sir. Thank you very much for your time. Next speaker, please.
I support saving money every single time you all meet. And my concern about pumping the brakes and waiting on stuff is we're all just sitting around watching this patient hemorrhage to death, and we haven't even started hanging blood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello again, Bobby Murmer, speaking in personal capacity. So the motion that was previously passed unanimously was to have the chair and the general manager meet with the charter officers of the city to get a better understanding of all these complex processes that are now, being put in flux by this transition. And was very happy to hear that motion, very happy to see it pass unanimously. This motion, if passed, negates the spirit of the motion you just passed a few minutes ago, right? To have a dialogue with the city to get a better understanding of what doing this would mean violates the spirit of that motion. So I'm a little confused. If I'm incorrect there, please correct me and explain to me how you can have a good relationship, a good conversation moving forward if you go ahead and shoot and plan to ask questions later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Chuck Ross. Mr. Murmer, I don't think you're confused. Of course, how can you possibly go through this process without discussing it with the city and getting an in-depth understanding of the numbers? It doesn't even make any sense to do it otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
Next-
I'd just like to say, the gentleman that spoke about the firewall, that's a very good example of you can't separate yourself physically from the city because you're still part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jane Kupfer. I'm kind of understanding that the previous motion was to go back and speak with the city, communicate. Mr. Caro, at the beginning of the meeting, when we were presenting the numbers of the 5 categories, and there was kind of a vague percentile that's sort of an estimate, and you clearly said that was an estimate. And it doesn't make sense to go with this number that was presented, which was clearly said it was an estimate, as an exact number without speaking and getting the exact details from the city. So.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name's Steve Barvell. I work for the city of Gainesville, and I'm one of those shared services with GRU, and have proudly done it for 29 years. Reasonable people could disagree, and the manner at which it's being billed was based on services, cost, and efforts provided 2 years ago. But reasonable people disagree, and clearly we're at a different point, and that's fine. But I really want to take a step back. Whether it's the FCAP, or it's an SLA, or it's some other type of an agreement, those are not city commission directed agreements. They are meeting of the mind between staff on what makes sense. What I don't want to see, and that's because I have a lot of history with this place, is that the firewall between the policy turns into a firewall between staff where we can achieve things more efficiently at a lower cost, and it benefits both. There are things that can be win-win because they don't have all of the subject matter expertise on everything that we provide equally to both sides. I can tell you, when a person comes in to retire, we don't ask, did you work for GRU or not? We treat them as a customer regardless of where they came from. Just like when people show up in your emergency room, Mr. Lawson, it's no different. But I do think it's important to understand that these agreements are agreements staff came to. They're not policy directives of the city commission. They're the best way to come to something that makes sense for both sides. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tyler Forrest. The reason you're finding it hard to separate the city from, or the GRU from the city is because for over 100 years, they were one and the same. And they still are. GRU is still owned by the city and its citizens. It's just controlled by you. Now, it shouldn't be any surprise that the city and the utility create an economy of scale together, which you are now destroying with this decision. And it will ultimately increase cost for both entities for those same services. As you just heard, the staff worked together to create an economy of scale for both GRU and the city because they're both serving the same people, right? The citizens of Gainesville and the ratepayers of GRU. I would reiterate that you should look within GRU to cut their spending and cost within the organization before you start making drastic decisions that are going to majorly affect the city and its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Back to the board, and just a clarification, my ask in the beginning was to make the cut and give us the ability to meet with them and then possibly adjust the cut. I never said not make the cut. Just clarification. So I'm one of the bad guys too. So back to the board. The motion on the floor is to institute the cut as recommended fully by the CEO. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Mr. Lawson's opposed. Okay, the motion carries 3-1.
Mr. Chair, the next item is 2024-69, impact of GSC alternatives on rates and debt reduction.
So, Mr. Chair, Mark Benton is going to become, oh, sorry. Yes, please.
You're on. So, just quick clarification. We've asked, people have said we needed our own attorney and we needed to do that, and we've done that, and he's here. We have asked his opinion on a few things, and we'd like him to give that opinion.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. One of the things that we've been looking at since the last meeting is if we implement the reduction in the General Services Transfer Fund, what items could be in play by the city of Gainesville? And I think there was some discussion a couple of meetings ago that there was at least, thank you, James. There was at least some discussion a couple of meetings ago about the implementation of a franchise fee in relation to that general fund transfer. First of all, do you have the authority mid-year to do this? Could you take the action to reduce the government services transfer? And I believe the answer to that is that you do have that ability. I think Mr. Nee and I have talked about that. He disagrees with my analysis of 1645. I think you have the ability to do it mid-year. You have the ability to set a budget. I think you have the ability to amend a budget. Of course, the act sets forth a procedure that you go through in setting your budget, but I think that is perspective as to what happens in October 1, and I think you have the ability to amend your budget, first of all. So that's step number one. Now, step number two is what could the city do in relation to a $15 million loss, a $7 million loss? That's what we're going to be talking about here. And one of the items that was tasked to me is, could the city implement a franchise fee? And Kirsten in our office has been studying around the state. I believe there's 6 utilities that are divided from the city as far as their management. One is New Smyrna Beach, Kissimmee, Orlando, JEA, blanking on the, Key West is number 5. Do you remember what number 6 is?
I don't remember which
All
ones
right.
you've already named, but
Okay.
Orlando's one of them if you didn't name
Right,
Orlando.
right. So anyway, there's 6 utilities that are somewhat similar to ours in the fact that they do have a separate board or a separate authority. They all have been implemented in different ways, mostly by special act legislation. The board is not like ours in any of those instances appointed by the governor. Ours is the only one that we can find thus far that is of that nature. So the question is, do any of those other, in any of those other cities, is there a franchise fee that is implemented? And the answer to that is yes. JEA has a franchise fee, for example. So the issue of franchise fees is something that we've dealt with before in the governments that we represent. And many times it's a negotiated item. It's implemented by agreement between that governmental entity and the utility that is providing the service. So that's one way that it can be implemented. Another way that it can be implemented is unilaterally. And there's one of the granddaddy cases in Florida is a case that came out of Alachua County, in fact. Alachua County implemented a user fee, which was in effect a transfer fee at 3% on utilities in their right-of-way. And that case went all the way to the Florida Supreme Court. And the utility fee, user fee, franchise fee was struck down by the trial court and the Florida Supreme Court. That decision was affirmed at the Florida Supreme Court. And in that instance, the Supreme Court said, look, the fee that you're imposing does not bear any relation to the reasonable rental value of the property. The utilities have been using this property already, so how can you implement a fee when you're not tying in that fee to any of the necessary ways that the fee is being collected, the reasons for the fee being collected? And if it's not that, it's an unconstitutional tax. That's basically what the trial court found, and that is also what the Florida Supreme Court affirmed as well. And they listed 7 factors. I'm not going to go into the 7 factors that a local government must utilize in order to implement a franchise fee. The one thing I'll read from the opinion, because I think this is illustrating one of the defenses that we would have if the city implemented the fee. Alachua County was not giving up any property rights in exchange for the fee. And the utilities were already operating within the property rights they need to provide electricity, and which leads one to the inquiry, to the query, why would a business negotiate a franchise agreement that would allow it to run a business it already has the right to operate? And why would the business do so when the other party expressly states that it will get nothing in exchange for the imposition of the fee? Clearly, Alachua County conferred nothing to the utilities. There was nothing bargained for in exchange upon which the franchise could be found. Well, we've been operating in the right-of-way for 100 years. So what new right would we have by the implementation of a franchise fee? So I think we would have a big defense if a franchise fee was implemented. So that's step number 1. Could they do it? Are they able to do it? Are they able to get around the Alachua County case? I can't guarantee you that they wouldn't be able to create a franchise fee that would be implemented. Typically, the franchise fees that we've negotiated are somewhere that starts maybe lower than 6%, but 6% is a number that Duke Energy pays. 6% is Clay, and they usually have a most favored nations clause in each of those agreements, so that if it's lowered in one instance, it then gets lowered all the way through in other agreements. So 6% is kind of the norm that you see in these instances. Not always. Sometimes it's a lesser fee, but usually not more than 6%. But my counsel to you is that we can't say with certainty that the city of Gainesville could not implement a franchise fee. And so the general fund transfer has to be looked at as you've said. If there's an action, what is the reaction? And so my counsel to you also is that we need to be talking to the city and implementing things with care so that there is not a greater burden put on our customers, the ratepayer. Your charge, as you've aptly said, on a number of occasions is to try to provide the best service at the best rate. That's really the foundation of what we're doing. And so we have to be somewhat cautious about doing things that would in turn create an increase to the ultimate, to the ratepayers. So if the city imposes 6% franchise fee on the utility,
That's on what? The whole bill or just the base rates? Because I don't,
it would be on the whole bill.
including the fuel,
It would be on the whole bill.
on $480 million.
So it would be, and of course, it would have to be tied in, as we said, to the way or the procedure for implementing the franchise fee. So, and could they do a full 6%? Could they justify it under the reasonable rental value? All of that. And this would be something that I think would be a lengthy process. It wouldn't be something that would be immediately implemented. But I think the point you were making earlier in the meeting, there needs to be discussion. There needs to be some sort of a procedure that we look at so that ultimately we don't upend the ratepayer in this process. And perhaps, have talked with Tony about it, perhaps a franchise fee is not a bad idea in the sense that usually franchise fee is a pass-through fee that goes to the customer, and then the customer pays it, then we would reimburse that to the city as part of the franchise fee. And if there's a overall reduction in the rates, and that fee is implemented, that is a lesser rate, then maybe that's a better process for the customer. The point of all of this is that you're precisely right. There's an action, there's a reaction, communication, and perhaps an agreement, an agreed upon franchise fee may be in the cards that ultimately is worked out here, along with other interlocal agreements as to what the general fund transfer may be, discussions with Ms. Curry to implement that so that they can plan for what that will look like come October. That really needs to be underway. All that process needs to be underway now. So that's my assessment. That was my charge I was asked to look at, and that's the information that I provide, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so that being said, it was actually cart and horse. That's the conversation that caused me to be cautious on the first one.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, by all means.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think, let's have, and then we're gonna have the presentation.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying, and I understand that you think that a franchise tax may be something that they could do. We have an obligation under this law to reduce our rates as much as we can and to reduce our debt. If we do what we think is right, I think is right, which is stop these payments to the city in any way that we can for our ratepayers and for our debt service, if they, the city, want to implement a franchise tax, then the burden is on them with all the ratepayers and not on us. We've complied with the law as we understand the law. They need to explain to their citizens who elect them that, well, we need this money, so we're going to go ahead and do this. We can stand up, we can look in the mirror and say, we did what we could do. And so, I think there's another way to look at that. There are probably a lot of ways to look at that, but that occurs to me. And I'm not an attorney that's ever dealt with this stuff. I've simply heard and read that it's unlikely that the city could do that, but that's absolutely meaningless at the end of the day. So my feeling is that we need to do what we can do with what we see as our responsibility under the law. And if the city desperately needs that money, then they can raise that. They have the ability to raise money. They have the ability to raise money that we don't. And so if they need that money, then they can tell their citizens that they need a tax. But we have to abide with this law. We have to comply with it. And I think that means, to me, that we do everything that we can do to reduce the burden on our ratepayers and to reduce the debt. So if you were sitting there and saying, look, I mean, I've been hearing in the grapevine here that they're going to do this, and if they do it, you're going to be nailed. That's a different thing. But I really think that politically, they would then have to go to the citizens of the city and explain to them why they desperately need that money, and pass that whatever they need to do to get a franchise tax fee. And what's the difference between a franchise fee and a utility tax?
Franchise fee is, Mr. Chair, the franchise fee is basically an authorization by the local government to use the right-of-way. That's its permission to do so.
The what is the franchise
The
fee?
franchise fee
Okay.
is a fee that is promulgated by local government to allow a utility to use their right-of-way.
I mean, okay. And I understand what you were saying about the lawsuit that went all the way to the Supreme Court. I mean, how many ways can they go to raise money? I mean,
No, and I agree with you. Our goal is to reduce the debt and reduce the fees. I might be looking at it a little bit more holistically, because what's the difference to our ratepayers if we charge X and the city comes in and charges X? I mean, at the end of the day, the ratepayer, whether they be in the city or in the county, they're still going to be paying a fee, whether it be through franchise or through transfer or whatever. So my goal, my hope was to see how we could reduce the overall amounts of monies. And like I said, I'm not cowering down to the city by any means. I've never had a discussion with the city. I've never done business in my life with an entity and not had a conversation with them. This is unique. So again, we were put in this situation. If we made this, if we were the ones that did all the footwork and did, man, we could stand here with 100% certainty. Me personally, I'd like to reduce the debt by about 1.2 billion real fast. And every penny we can get. I mean, I asked Mr. Cunningham, what are we doing about fleet? How often, so we're looking at pennies. I don't want to do an action that's going to ultimately balance out our clients, and they're the bad guys, we're not. Where, we're not the bad guys anymore. Now the city's going to have to go and be the bad guys, or we're the bad guys. I don't think there's a bad guy here. Our ratepayers are really, I don't want anybody to have to make a decision. Are they going to pay their bills or drive their car or any of that? I'd rather lower the rates. So I'm trying to make an educated decision the best I can. So that's why the attorney, I listened to him a little bit. The lever, the reaction, I was sort of nervous about that because I don't know what they're capable of doing. So know the devil you're with than the one you might get. No pun intended. But so Mr. Cunningham, if anybody else wants to comment from the board, if not, we'll have Mr. Cunningham do his presentation.
Sure, I'll ask Mark Benton to come on up. Really what we're trying to do here is I think the board has asked for to get different amounts of data and ways to look at how can we implement rate relief, how can we reduce debt more aggressively than the plan we're on. And so what Mark's gonna go through is some of that data and results of that data and how it, at the end of the day, I think several members have asked, how does it then impact or translate to a customer and the impact to that customer? So Mr. Benton's gonna walk through that, and then I will have a couple of slides to kind of talk through next steps related to that. So, Mr. Benton.
Kick it always works. There it goes.
Wait. Try it now, Mark.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I'm just.
I always do. So like the general manager said, the authority asks staff to provide estimates.
Mark, can you move that microphone a little bit closer? I know if I'm having trouble hearing you, I'm sure they are. Thank you. You have a beautiful voice. We'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I hear that all the time. The authority asked staff to provide estimates of how potential GSC reductions might impact our base rate structure as well as our debt reduction program. The table that you see up here represents what our current base rate structure looks like. Back in the budget of fiscal year 22, the City Commission committed to a 3% increase per year on the electric system base rate from 22 through 27, and a 5% base rate increase in wastewater system for 22 through 27. What you'll see up here is there are no increases over that forecast period in water, there are none in gas, and there are none in any system past 2027. Now, even though that, when I say committed, that was what we discussed, that's what they agreed to, they still had to approve those rate increases each year as part of an annual budget resolution. So this is, based on that, on that rate structure, it produced these types of projected reserves compared to reserve targets at the end of the forecast horizon, which is fiscal year end 34. The reserve targets are structured based on an approved cash balance policy that the commission approved back in 2019. PFM, our financial advisor, did a cash balance study, and what they did was they looked at each system, they identified the business risks in each system, and attached estimated reserves to address those risks, and that's how the targets were constructed. But as you can see up here, under the current structure, not only do the water and wastewater systems fall short of their target reserves by fiscal year 34, they are negative on an absolute basis, and significantly so. So, and the last thing I want to mention about this slide is that PFM is in the middle of doing an update to that cash balance study right now. We expect it'll be done in the next several months. This is the first update that they've done since 2019. We anticipate that one of the primary results of that study is that these target reserves are going to go higher. So, I mean, there are any number of iterations that you could look at in looking at alternate structures. We looked at two. We looked at eliminating the remaining $15.3 million in the GSC completely. We looked at taking out $7.8 million a year, which is essentially reducing it in half, more or less. And we also looked at two methods of applying the savings that resulted from those reductions. One was to spend half of those savings on reducing rates and half on reducing debt. The other was if we applied all of those savings to reducing rates. The next piece is important. There are several assumptions that we put in place when we did this modeling. One was that the rate structures that came out of this needed to produce reserves that were equal to the targets by system as of fiscal year end 34. So in other words, those negative reserve numbers that you saw on the previous slide, the rate structure that we put in there had to be able to develop to eliminate those negative numbers and meet the targets. One of the other assumptions was that we applied the rate changes uniformly across rate classes, residential, commercial, et cetera. We didn't try to do any rate design as part of this work. We just wanted to see how that would hit. We are also in the middle of an external cost of service study that we do every 4 to 5 years. Baker Tilly's doing that now. We hope to see the results of that sometime in March. That will inform us as to if there is any potential subsidization between classes, and what direction that goes, and how we might alter our rate design to meet that. So over the next few slides, I'm going to talk a little bit about the results of these analyses, measured as in the terms of bill impacts on a standard residential bill. And I'll remind you that a standard residential bill on the electric side is 1,000 kilowatt hours a month. It's 7 kgals of water and it's 7 kgals of wastewater. The formats for these slides that show the results are going to be the same. The top table there represents what a standard bill looks like under the current structure. The middle table looks like what the standard bill is under the altered structure. And then the third table there is simply the difference. This first scenario is eliminating the GSC altogether and using half the savings to apply rate reduction and half the debt reduction. And I was about to say, as you can see, I guess if you squint, you can see that on the electric system under this scenario, the bills go down in every year. And these are by the way, these are monthly bills. I don't know if I stressed that. The electric system bills are going to go down every year over the forecast period. The water bills are going to go up because, like I said before, in the current structure, we don't have there are no rate increases in terms of water. The rate increases that we have to put in there to bring those reserves up to targets outweigh the savings in the water system that come from eliminating the GSC and applying that to rates and debt reduction. On the wastewater side, it's a kind of a mixed bag through, as you can see, through 2030. The bills go down slightly, and then they start to move up when you get out past 30 in 2031. On a combined basis, the bills are going to go down through 2030 under this scenario. And they're going to go down, the reduction in the bill related to this ranges from 81 cents in 2030 on a monthly basis to just under $13 a month in 2027. Not huge changes. This next scenario is simply if we take $7.8 million a year out of the transfer, same thing, half the savings go to rates, half go to debt. The pattern of the savings are very similar. Electric bills go down in every year in the forecast period, although to a lesser degree than in the prior slide, simply because we're not taking out all the GSC, we're only taking out half of it. Water rates are going up in every year. Wastewater declines through 2029. And on a combined basis for the first 3 years, 25 through 27, you see a small decrease in the combined bill. This scenario is if we eliminate the GSC altogether and we apply all those savings towards rates. Once again, electric bills will go, the standard residential bill will go down in each year over the forecast period. The one difference here is that on the electric side, there are no rate increases in this forecast. You're able to eliminate any rate increases through the 10-year period. They're all zero under this scenario. Water, once again, you're going to see those bills go up. They don't start to rise until 2027. And on the wastewater side, the bills are going to go down through 2031. And the combined bill under this scenario, if we eliminate GSC and apply all of it towards rates, the combined bills will go down in each year through the forecast period. And then finally, this is the same scenario. We're applying all the savings towards rates, but this is based on a $7.8 million per year reduction in the GSC. Electric system bills are going down. Water system bills are going up from 26 forward slightly. Wastewater bills are going up just slightly. I mean, for the most part, they're pretty much, they match what the current rates are. And then on a combined basis through 2029, the monthly bills are going to go down. One of the other questions that the board asked was, what happens to our debt reduction plan if we make these changes? And so this scenario is based on applying half of the savings to rates, half of the savings to debt reduction. As you can see, currently under the plan that's in place now, we're projecting that by the end of fiscal year 33, the debt to capitalization ratio is going to be somewhere around 70%. It's about 71%, and there's about $388 million in net debt reduction over that period. If we eliminate the GSC, apply half the rates, half the debt, that ratio is going to move from 71% to just under 67%. It's going to improve slightly. And the net debt reduction is going to go up to just under $462 million. So what you're going to see is about another $74 million in incremental debt reduction from applying the savings in this manner. If we reduce the GSC by 7.8 million, that is going to reduce that ratio from the current 71% at the end of 33 to just under 69%. It's going to generate about $423 million in net debt reduction over that decade. And that's about, give or take, $35 million more in debt reduction than under the current plan. And then the final question that was asked of staff in regard to this was, in the event that we were able to earn a ratings upgrade, what would the impact be on our debt service related costs? And this is the caveat I threw in there. I just want to remind everybody that with the changes that we're talking about, we put them into place. It's still going to take from the rating agencies. They're going to need to observe some recurring, improvement in our financial metrics, not to mention the stability in the governance structure. But we worked with PFM to try to, get a determination of what those savings would be. PFM's position is that on the variable rate side, it's probably about a 10 basis point savings, which translates to just under $600,000 a year in debt service savings. And then on our fixed rate debt, for every $100 million in new money that we issue, it's going to be about $150,000 a year in savings. And as we've talked about here before, we're going to be in the market every 2 to 3 years for new money. That's based on the capital intensive nature of this operation and $3 billion in plant and service. We're going to be out there borrowing money. Not every time that we go to the market, it's going to be fixed rate debt, but when we do, PFM estimates that would be the savings on those new issuances. So I'm now going to turn this over.
Do you mind doing the advance?
No.
So talking to the previous slide, it's absolutely.
Hold on one second. Does anybody have any questions for Mark before we move on?
I have one.
Okay, that might be easier to, go ahead.
Just a generic number. What is the amount that we're going to need in the next 10 years in millions to continue this operation going forward?
In terms of, we have a $954 million capital improvement plan over the next decade. Now, not all of that money is going to be borrowed. I think our estimate is for new borrowings over the next decade is about $414 million. The balance of that's coming primarily out of UPIF, our Utility Plant Improvement Fund. That's our internal cash. So we're probably going to be borrowing right now, based on our estimates, about $415 million over the next decade.
Wow.
Any other questions from Mark before we move on? Go ahead, Tony.
So just from the previous slide, one of the primary metrics we have as an organization is to move toward a ratings upgrade. That's something that cannot happen overnight, but it is a goal that we have over the next several years to get there. And it also would be an indication that we are heading in the right direction. We're performing better financially as an organization. And so that is absolutely a goal that we have. And the consistent nature of determining a plan, sticking to that plan long-term is how we will get there. With that being said, I think several times tonight we've had the comment of what I'm presenting and what I'm discussing tonight as a CEO GM of GRU is solely what's to further the fiscal and financial benefit of the utility system and our customers. So from that perspective, that is what is in the law. That is one of the big changes that has occurred on October 1st with the board coming on. And so that is the perspective that I'm coming from. And so from that perspective, the question really is, what are the financial benefits to the utility? and that is focused on debt defeasance and long-term certainty. So to move the utility in a direction where we're reducing that debt load and we're creating certainty well into the future, which again, those things will help lead toward a ratings upgrade and a better path forward. From a customer benefit standpoint, I think that it's pretty straightforward for everyone, is that we're stabilizing rates, and particularly that those rates are competitive in the marketplace and with other utilities. And so moving in that direction of doing those two things. So tonight's discussion, and really the board, a really big responsibility of the board is trying to figure out what is the level of GSC that, or GFT that makes sense? What is that level? And then where do those cost savings be directed? Do we direct them towards debt, or do we direct them towards rate savings, or a combination of both? So what is that level, and then where do we direct those savings? You know, the next slide. So Mark kind of laid out the data, but I mean, the first one really is to do that reduce in half, essentially, the GSC. And if we take half of that savings and put toward rate relief and half towards debt, we're really accomplishing that mission. The one thing I want to point out, and I think we've had some broad discussion about it already, is if we move in that direction, we don't know what the response may be. And so that is just an unknown. I'm just letting you all know that there may be. I don't know what that would be. We've talked about franchise fees. There may be other things, but that may be part of what happens going forward in making that recommendation. So alternative 2, similar to this, it's just reduction of all the GSC. And Mark, you can really go to the next slide. So the other thing is multiple alternatives. So you can do half, we can do all, we can do half towards rates, half towards debt, or there's everything in between. Any other layer of or level of GSC could be considered. Where those savings go can be considered. My recommendation is going to be that it be debt relief and then stabilizing electric rates. Those are the two places that I would recommend it would go. But really, this is an opportunity for you all, again, to have in a public setting, because you're not able to speak, to really have a more robust discussion about sort of that infinite number of options of where the GSC can go and then where those savings can be applied. So we try to provide the data to help make that discussion more fruitful. We also have a few slides in the appendix that also provide different perspectives on what those rate levels would be going forward. So with that, I really turn it over to the board for you all to have the discussion, and then we have staff available if you have questions, and we can provide more information.
Okay. Who would like to start?
Well, I mean, I'll start. It seems to me that, you know, regarding all of these different alternatives, and I think I understand your slides and your explanation. I'd rather not make a decision on any of that tonight. I'd like to think about that, and I'd like to have, you know, the pros and cons of each one of those before I make a decision. Getting back to whether or not we ought to do something about the general services contribution, you know, I will move on to that unless somebody else wants to talk about the slides. I mean, I'll move on to that because I think we need to make a decision on that, and I think that we need to remove the GSC. And from a business perspective, I think that, you know, we're making a decision with the intent that happen. On the other hand, there's nothing that stops, you know, if they filed a lawsuit and our attorney tells us that, you know, we don't have the chance of, you know what, to succeed, then we as a board can reinstate that. That's not the way I want to move into it, but that's what we could do. And, you know, I mean, they'll show their hand if they are so inclined. And from a business perspective, I would remove it. You know, their history, you have a slide here that you haven't gotten to that I had asked for in that email 2 weeks ago of just the GFT over the last 5 years. And so the city got $184 million in the last 5 years. And sometime from like 2017 for the next 4 years, they took something like, I read someplace, $68 million above what we made. In other words, we had to go in debt to give them money. So I think we need to stop that. I think we need to stop it. We need to address our debt and our ratepayers. If they want to come back at us and try to reduce and or retard our efforts to help the ratepayers of GRU, then that's their business. That's the way I see it.
Mr. Carr, I just wanted you, I put this up there that.
Yes.
the last.
Yes, thank you.
Anything? Mr. Lawson?
I feel like that we're not making the decision in the vacuum. And you're right, that I think there are implications. If we were to decide to eliminate it and put half to debt service and half to reduction, and the city came behind us and added a franchise fee, we could end up with our customers end up paying more. I agree with you. It'd take it, the blood wouldn't be on our hands, maybe. I'm not sure if that's the right way to say that, but we could end up with ultimately our customers paying more. And I feel like there's the opportunity to have a discussion with the city commission to say, you know, how can we work through this so that at the end of the day, our customers win. And so that's sort of where I am. I feel like that we need to have discussions with our partners.
Well, I think this would generate a lot of discussions. I mean, absolutely. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think that we do it and we'll have discussions immediately.
Okay, my turn. And it sounds sexy, just eliminate it. We go, they have to find the money elsewhere. They're ultimately gonna find it from our ratepayers. So it goes back to who's gonna be the bad guy. Everybody has opinions. It's already been reduced by 19 million. Well, point right there. So they're gonna find the money someplace. Ultimately, the way I read it is to our ratepayers, okay? So it doesn't matter if we're collecting the bill for the city, we're collecting it for generation, we're collecting it for water. Our ratepayers at the end of the day are gonna be paying a bill, and that's where I'm focusing. I personally, you know, I've heard that they've taken 60 some odd million more than we made. I'd be very interested in getting that money back, at bare minimum, over a period of 5 years. I am not in a position right now to vote to eliminate the transfer. I don't have enough information. I don't want to just have them go to the ratepayers from somebody else to get the money someplace else, and then I can walk around and say, I lowered the utility bill, but you know, you still can't buy your groceries still. They're going to get it. They've already proven it. They're going to get it someplace. I respect what you're saying. Let's see what their card is. You know, I'm a poker player. I like gambling a little bit. This is more than just a game. This is people's lives. And I'm not prepared to vote for that. But, you know, obviously I will entertain motions and go from there.
The city sounds like the little shop of horrors, the creature of the little shop of horrors that said, feed me, feed me.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I would love, and I would look at my own checkbook to see if I had the money to go back and expose how this happened. Half the people in this room know how it happened. And I think it should be exposed. I think it's terrible. City commissioners made some bad decisions to be first in this and the best in this and hurt this utility. I got that. There's no doubt about it. Now I'm looking at my ratepayer. I don't want to charge them twice. So I really want to see what the consequences are going to be. That's me.
So how are you going to see what the consequences are?
Well, through attorneys that we hired, through the reactions from our negotiations on the services. You know, I'll guarantee you right now, if we drop this by the balance 15.4 million, if they don't already have a plan to make it up on our ratepayers and our citizens, they will. Now, here's another thing that could happen. They might only be able to make it up in the city of Gainesville. So the people out in the county are gonna think you and I are heroes, because they're gonna make it up on the backs of the citizens of Gainesville. And 31% of the people in the county are gonna say, thank you very much. So I don't know. Well, they can't reach in the county and penalize them. They can't charge franchise fees in the county. So it's going to happen by the citizens of Gainesville. And that's the very thing we said we were gonna stop.
That's like extortion, isn't it?
I'm just telling you the options, ma'am. So that's my statement, and if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But they're going to make up the money somehow. And if they make it off the citizens of Gainesville, I have, I'm one of them, and I'll pay my little, whatever it is. I think we're saving, X amount of dollars. So we can make a motion,
Well, I'll make a motion to reduce it.
okay? To 100%?
100%.
100%.
Sure, why not?
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to reduce the transfer by 100%. After the motion, if there's a second.
Debbie Martinez.
We don't have a second yet, ma'am. We
Oh,
don't have a
I'm
motion on
sorry.
the floor.
I thought you said you
No, I
have a
said
second.
after the second,
I thought you
ma'am.
said a second.
No,
Sorry.
ma'am.
Can we continue the conversation? I know a motion's been put on the floor. Your words have invoked a little bit, and I don't want to not.
If we could keep it, we're having trouble actually hearing up here. And we're right here. Go ahead.
So I'm torn myself, Craig and fellow members, or Mr. Chair. I had a conversation with Ms. Curry yesterday, and the first question I asked was, what lever does the city have to help pay off the debt that commissioners of the past have created? And if I misstate anything, Ms. Curry, please, and she said there's no levers to help us with the debt. So the idea, this gentleman here is begging us to do something about rates. The gentleman in the second row there, I heard you. Thank you. I forgot your name, my apologies.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Let's keep it up here just because.
I understand. So the point that I want to make is that we understand the city has more levers to pull than we do. We can raise rates, which is against what we're here to do. We can lower expenses, and this is where executive team can come in and start streamlining, and I don't know to what extent that's been done. I know that we've had some topical conversations. But I ask again, is there any way for us to transfer some of that debt to the city?
I don't know of any way to transfer the debt to the city. I don't know.
So,
But it is a good question, so I asked the
well,
same one.
we have to ask a variety of questions now, because if we make a decision, it's now a rock throwing or a boulder throwing contest, and that's not why we're here. The governor chose people to lower rates and to stabilize the utility. And unfortunately, we don't have that many levers to play with. We just don't. And I am open to hear other ideas before a second is made on canceling the general fund transfer. But I believe, based on what I hear, that most likely it's gonna be a staled out vote. I'm understanding, and I'm not profiling, but I am generically that two of the people up here are gonna not go with it, which means it's gonna kill the thing. So I am gonna listen to the chair and want to hear more, but we cannot continue to punt this down the road. We have to make a decision. And it's either we make a decision in 2 weeks or we make that decision tonight. But tonight, if I was to second this as an example, I know two people up here, and it's completely okay, are gonna vote most likely no, which means the whole thing just goes away. And we have to bring it all up again. I don't wanna stale this process. I wanna educate everyone involved, but we have people that need help with rates, today. And I said that the first meeting. Yet we've continued to not lower the rates. We're learning. And this is the piece of the puzzle that even I want to say, is that I'm learning, and that it's easy to just say, let's lower rates. I get that. Understood. If there's levers that we have that we're unaware of, we need to be made aware of those by the executive team tonight before, because I don't want to stale out this motion, and that's what's going to happen.
Well, and I don't get the sense, I don't have any sense, and perhaps we need to talk about,
I already said I wasn't supporting it.
but you're not supporting this. What would you support?
Well, like I said, what I would personally be interested in is if there was an overreach beyond our profits, I want that money back. Some of the discussions I've had, quite frankly, were, you know, and people might get upset and we're clawing back, but Main Street, I was on the commission when we did that. And I remember the presentation, and it's different when you're being presented by a group you own and control and can hire and fire. So it was all great. Let's all do it. This is beneficial. The city will benefit because the taxes will go up. GRU did not benefit at all in Main Street. I will challenge you to give me, maybe better flowage, but the city actually benefited from that. The next example is $6.5 million chiller in Innovation Hub, which we paid for. The university said, we'll team up and the city's gonna benefit. GRU, that was never a financial good decision, but the city had us do it. I would be interested in clawing some of that crap back. To be honest with you, why should we bear the entire thing that the city will eventually benefit from? So those are the discussions I've been having. And I think I can make the case. I mean, Tony and I talked to one of the builders in Innovation. He goes, we have no intention of using your chiller. Matter of fact, we'd like you to move it. How much is that going to cost us, Tony? But the city will benefit, or did benefit, or potentially will benefit. So the decisions that were made to benefit the city and not the utility, I have interest in clawing back. I'll be honest with you, no matter what we do, if we take the 15 million, 5 million, whatever, they cut their budget, and nobody take disrespect to this, it went up $1 million. They have the leverage to get the more money. Our ratepayers are gonna ultimately pay for it. If we cut it and the ratepayers pay for it just in the city, 31% of the people are going cool.
So you
They don't have a lever for the county, they only have a lever for the city. That's what I'm saying to you. So when we cut it, the citizens of Gainesville, the very people in this room that say they own this utility, are gonna be paying the difference. 90% of the chance, in my opinion.
So if you succeeded in trying to claw back this money you're talking about.
Well, we would, because we have the ultimate choice. I can justify it.
Yes, and so how would you do it?
Well, I already started that conversation with the CEO and one of the developers. I had another conversation with the developer, and quite frankly, I'm gonna go to the University of Florida and say, you said you're gonna be our partners in this. We're in 6.5 million?
Oh, in the chiller?
Yeah, 6.5 million. Great, where's your half? We're getting out, okay? So, no, either way, but what I'm saying is, same with Main Street. Look at the capital investment on Main Street. What was the benefit to GRU on Main Street, sir?
I mean, we moved utilities, relocated utilities, undergrounded utilities, so there's some renewal, but yeah, it was.
Ultimately, the decision, because I voted for it, was to benefit the city of Gainesville and ultimately the redevelopment around the duck pond. I mean, not the duck, well, I'm frustrated, the Cade Museum, Depot Park. And that was the emphasis, that was what the decision was. That was the driving factor. You can pull up the minutes. We should recoup some of that money.
Robert, my perspective would be similar in that it would give us the opportunity to sit down with the city and negotiate and say, well, all of our goal is to reduce the burden on our customers. And with sort of that stick and carrot in process, and they understand, here's where we want to go, maybe we could end up with ultimately reducing our burden on our customers and the city agreeing not to come behind us and just come over the top. And so you know, you bring up things that that are very interesting. Are there other things that we can?
Oh, there's a lot
as
of other
city
things.
Take over and deal with, but those are the kinds of things I feel like that we have conversations. And I think that's why we're here. We're here because of those decisions in the past. That the governor wanted a board who's not gonna be thinking about all these other agendas. It's only thinking about our utility and our customers. But I think this gives us, we now have the stick and carrot ability to sit down with the city and say, okay, this is what we all want to try to accomplish for our customers.
And I agree. I think there's a lot more option out there. You know, I did sit on the city commission, and I'll tell you something, all day today, I sat there and thought about my votes. I thought about my motivation when I was voting. I thought about everything I did, and I will tell you, every one of my votes was for the citizens. Now the ratepayers. I'm the same way. I do believe, and I would hate to be, I'll tell you something else. I even told the accounting firm, when they brought us rate swap, I said, this whole structure of debt scares me. And I did pull it up. I did say it. And here we are. This scares me. Right now, this scares me because I don't know what's going to happen. And you know, we will look like a hero. People will call us tonight and say, you guys are great. You slit their throat, let them people die or whatever. Ultimately, the ratepayers are going to pay the bill. Simply, the citizens of Gainesville ratepayers are going to pay the bill.
The challenge that I have with that, and thank you, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that. The challenge that I have is that the message from across the street has been 100% negative. Look at the media. I discussed it with Cynthia yesterday. I canceled my meeting based on a press release that one of the commissioners put out. That being said, is that we have shown from day one willingness to want to get together with these folks across the street and negotiate. I even reached out. You've reached out. I'm sure you guys have reached out. I know Tony has. The end result is that when are they going to come up with solutions? We continue to punt this down the road. We need to set a hard deadline and say, if you don't come up with solutions by this point, then you know what we're going to do. We have the power in this situation, and we can stop effectively right now 15 point whatever million dollars, and we know it's going to be a rock throwing contest. The governor did not put us up here to create rock throwing drama. We're businessmen, so I want to give the city an opportunity to help clean up their mess.
We've given them 15 years.
I like what you're saying.
So, but that being said,
It's a little walking tall.
what do you mean? I
Carry a
don't
big
understand the
stick.
reference. Oh,
Walking tall, the movie. Carry a big stick. Never
Well,
have to use it if you got it.
we don't have to. We have people around this table that have negotiated billions of dollars of acquisition. We have between the four of us. We know how to do business. Whether the people across the street want to sit down with us, the sooner the better, and say, you guys know what we are faced with. What can we do to lower rates? And what can we do to not cancel the general fund transfer? And what can you do to help with the debt? It's a simple, easy conversation. And at the end of it, we know there are no other levers to pull, but we can't, in my opinion, continue to bump it down the road. So I would like to know do you guys like the idea of, I mean, we have a city manager in there that's listening to this. You can go back and go to the commission and say, hey, look, these guys
They're watching.
could push, okay, hey guys and ladies, they could push the button, but there's some reservation because we want to be peaceful. And we want to be smart. And we do have to think about tomorrow. And we need the money for infrastructure. I just heard that we have to come up with $415 million in debt in the next 10 years. If we don't reduce the debt by $415 million in the next 10 years, we're going to be Lord knows. a
That
lot
was
of-
calculated.
But that being said.
Just to make sure, clarify,
We're going to issue, we project we're going to issue $415 million in new debt over the next decade. We have scheduled for the debt that exists today, $480 million in principal payments. So in terms of the organic change in the debt level, it's going to go down about $50 million. Then on top of that, the debt reduction plan that we've got in place from the GSC reductions we've already made, the $28 million in budget cuts we've committed to over the next decade, and the excess revenues that we're generating from the recurring rate increases that are in place now will affect the balance of that $387 million debt reduction that's out there.
Thank you. I would be open, to be very clear, I would be open if the city would sit down with us and help us with the rates and help us with the debt. I would be open to that conversation. If not, then I would vote second to cancel this general fund transfer immediately. But I'm not seconding it because it's not gonna go anywhere. So, we need help.
yeah, we need help. I'm just, I am running through my head every scenario that could possibly happen. And I, as a business person, don't know what could happen on the other side. At the end of the day, if I walk into Publix and our ratepayers are paying more than they are because of our decision, we failed miserably. This whole bill failed. I said it before, there's a plan in place. I think we add to the plan. If there's a payment in place, we look how to reduce the payment. The debt reduction plan is what I'm talking about. To reinvent the wheel, I think we try to add to the wheel and load up the wheel. In the transfer, let's come up with, I mean, 6 million here, 5 million here, it adds up fast. Let's look at legitimate ways to reduce it. I can't vote for all, I can't even vote for half. I'm laying my cards on the table.
I think James is.
I like-
sort of coming
yeah.
back and said, let's commit to having a conversation with the city.
Serious one.
A serious
Yeah,
conversation.
no, I like
And
that.
I completely agree with his recommendation.
And I do too, because if I was a city commissioner or a city manager right now, I'd be looking at this table going, holy crap, if there was a fifth member, we would be down 15.4 million. I believe that you have you got this table figured out right this minute.
That's why I behave differently each meeting.
Don't do that anymore. But that being said, I could support that because I think that they know we're serious, and I think we have some legitimate conversations to have. We didn't make this agreement, but yet we're told to live with it. And I have a problem with that. I've said it 10 times tonight. And I think that is splitting the baby, that option right there.
No, and in light of the fact that my motion would not carry, I mean, I'll go along with that ever so reluctantly, but I'll go along with
But
it.
you still get kudos for being the
I
one
don't,
willing to do it.
I don't care about the
Yeah,
kudos.
well-
I'm just trying to help the
However,
ratepayers.
if
I mean.
everyone likes that idea, then, in my opinion, we have a meeting with all decision makers
In public.
And it's, for those of us, or those of us that are quasi-retired that don't work 8 to 5, this is an all-day.
Oh, it's a big
feed up
meeting.
and
I've sat
food
in these.
meeting. And at the end of it, if we don't get any levers pulled at all, then we know the next meeting, then what we're gonna have to do based off of clawbacks, et cetera. So I'm gonna ask if you guys like that idea, we need to come up with a.
So I would say his motion is failing on lack of second. So the floor is back open for a motion.
I was gonna ask Mr. Walker a question. I think there's
Yeah.
2 different ways to do it. Right?
Okay.
There's a way to have sort of a workshop where it's definitely in the sunshine,
Yeah.
it's just discussion and there's no action. Or there's a way to have a combined meeting where in reality, it's 2 individual meetings.
We do that quite a bit, actually. We've done that quite a bit. I would bring this board to order, they'd bring their board to order, and we simultaneously meet, so we could take action immediately. I'm not sure that's the wisest move right now. I think a workshop would be smarter, but.
Well, I think you can do both, Mr. Chair. You can have and direct staff to put in motion certain items. The manager has said, we need to talk about SLAs. I would have to believe that he's already well into that and has an idea of what He intends to implement with SLAs. We've already talked about the allocation of cost part of it this evening, and that's a discussion. As you just said, earlier in the meeting, this is somewhat of a holistic approach. Later on the agenda, we're going to be talking about selling a property. That property is titled in the city of Gainesville's name. Can that property be sold? In the agenda item, it said it's valued at least at one point for $212 million, I believe. Can that be?
No, I'm a commercial realtor. If this is 212, man, we're going, Houston, I got a problem.
Well, there is a
I just
value.
sold the most valuable piece of property in Gainesville for 13.5, so.
So there's a value to that. How is that money applied when the net proceeds are brought? Is it applied to reduction of debt for, there's a way to approach these
I
things.
think it
through
would be like the
interlocal
trunk
agreements.
radio, this county actually specified we applied that to debt, or debt deficiency in that case, actually.
So I think there's a number of things that your staff can implement and get underway. And I think that the second piece of that is, yes, you can certainly direct that staff engage the city commission to have a joint meeting, and all of this can be discussed.
Yeah, and just, we're talking about the levers, I just want to clarify something. I actually had a meeting at 4 today with the county auditor. It has no bearing on my next statement. And I told Mr. Cunningham I was gonna go hide in the conference room. And what I did is looked at the budget and how we can cut it. And I'm just telling you right now, I am not willing to cut the only thing we can cut. And you know the answer is that, is employees. That's not something I'm willing to do. Through attrition plan, that's great. But I really, I'm sure we can fine tune the budget on things, but I was looking, we had fuel, we have O&M, which you can't stop the O&M on the plants. And then we have capital improvements. Unless we're not gonna build another plant, I don't see a trigger there other than employees. And there's my speech. That lever we have is not good here.
So do we need a motion?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I apologize, yeah.
Before we get a motion, can we discuss a timeframe associated with that motion so that there's no miscommunication that if this meeting goes south and doesn't happen or is nothing more than, a day of wasted time, that we come back and we have to make that decision. I don't want to continue punting it down the road.
And
for
I
me.
agree with you. I would want time. I've only identified 2 things. I would like time to sit down with some staff because someone made a suggestion earlier, figure out how to save money and talk to the employees. They're spot on. So I would love to get some feedback and have some of the employees that scratch their head, why in the hell are we doing this? To pipe up, because there could be more options there.
Yeah, I think it's.
So timeline, 30 days minimum. I mean, I'd want some time to get some numbers together.
I have no expectation on the time. I just want us to set it because I know that.
You throw a rock and then you won't make the motion, come on.
No, I want to be cognizant that our Madam Clerk and the city.
Right.
They have to work with our people to figure out a date.
Well,
but I think if we say, hey, you got 30 days to put this meeting together.
Is that realistic?
Yeah, is that realistic? I don't know. I mean, I can dive in. head
City
first and
manager,
stuff.
realistic? I apologize. Okay.
Yeah, same. I mean, I have not had any
So
conversation.
why don't we look at a time frame window then, not an exact, 30 to X amount of days. And it's going to be a workshop that will be called to order, is what you're suggesting. So, okay.
You're recommending the separate?
We call each board to order, basically. I call and the mayor calls, and we vote independently. Should there be a vote, we minute it. Everything's independent. We're able to talk and, I need a motion.
I make a motion to have a joint city GRUA workshop within the next 45 days.
Mr. Chair, if it's a workshop, you don't take votes at workshops. So
Okay.
if you want a meeting to take.
I thought you said we could call to order. Okay, so do we want the ability to take action?
I personally do, yeah.
Then it'll be a meeting, joint meeting.
Then I'll use the word meeting instead of workshop.
And I use the word workshop because we're gonna have casual.
Understood.
Okay, so it'll be a joint meeting to happen within 45 days. That's the motion on the floor. We have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Nobody's there to speak. That's good. No, anybody, come on up, sir.
Mr. Chair, Jim Conish. Mr. Walker's legal analysis of the franchise fee.
Chair, are you gonna let him skip the whole line of people that have been waiting?
Oh, I didn't realize, I thought they were standing.
Oh, I apologize. I thought he was. Okay, and I apologize. I thought he was.
Wilbur Holloway.
Okay, let's, please, Mr. Holloway, please, continue. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we've talked about how we got here. The reason we got here is because we have groupthink. It's a bunch of progressives. They're not professionals. They have no experience. None of them have done what you do. None of them have run a business. None of them have signed paychecks. They just have ideas and emotions. We know what the mandate is. What is the worst case scenario that happens? The worst case scenario is that the utility our debt is downgraded, the utility is downgraded, we lose the utility. That's the worst case scenario. Mr. Carter, I appreciate you talking about the ratepayers. I really do. I'm a ratepayer. My girlfriend has a $2,200 water bill. She lives out in Tioga that we're having to resolve right now. It's ridiculous. We know what the mandate is. The mandate is to pay down the debt. Let the city of Gainesville make up the 15 million and let them sell that to the voters and then let them reap the consequences of those actions. You said it a minute ago. You said it was $1 million, their budget was $1 million higher than it was the year before. I think it was more than that. I think it was about 3. But the bottom line was that they didn't cut their budget. They raised our property taxes 29%. They're idiots. They are complete idiots. They don't know what they're doing. All they do is react and let the voters vote on that. That's not your problem. You guys have a mandate. Pay down the debt.
Keep it down out there, please. We're
Pay
starting to have
down the
trouble
debt,
here.
get the utility in good and better financial shape. You know, our economy is struggling, and if you project a little bit further down the road, it could get a lot worse. We need to make the changes that we need now. October is when their budget is due. They have 8.5 months to go. If you guys kick this down the road another 45 days, you've taken more time away from them to be able to adjust their budget and do whatever they're going to do. I think it's a mistake. I would like to, sir, you got my vote.
Say to me, you're a hero.
You're a rock star. Thank you. I'm so happy to hear you. But come on, this is rope-a-dope, and that's what they're going to do to you. That's what you go to this meeting. They're going to rope-a-dope you. They're going to waste your time. It's just going to be a disaster. Please, please, don't do this.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alex Hood. I grew up in Gainesville. I currently live here. I'm here today to speak, I guess, in favor of the motion to have your meeting with the city.
Excuse me, guys. So we're having trouble up here, so that means the people at home probably aren't hearing because your voices are coming up through the microphones. So if you need to talk, please just step outside. Go ahead, sir. I apologize.
No problem. So I'm here today to speak out against the proposed elimination of a 50% cut or a complete cut to the government services contribution. Neither option, in my opinion, is necessary, and as you've said, it may not even reduce rates in the long run for people. This cut is going to, I mean, you know, Commissioner Carter, you are on the city. When these cuts come in, the first one that they're hitting are police and fire, and then they're hitting.
Don't buy that.
Okay.
I'm not gonna, that's, no.
Okay, sure. So.
That's scare tactics, sir.
Okay, so there would be.
I don't know that. The reason I'm answering, you said you know that. I don't know that, sir.
Okay.
I would never
Okay.
have done that.
Okay, so how this would work was there would be a 10% reduction to all services. And since police and fire have a big budget, they have the two biggest budgets, that 10% reduction, they take the biggest hit. It would be a $4 million and a $1 million hit, right? And so that would also result in the loss of jobs, which I know we talked about earlier was not something that we wanted to entertain. But if we cut the city's budget by 25%, that's going to result in a loss of jobs. I don't, there's no other way that's going to be put there. So some of our state legislators have been talking a long time about how hard and painful this GRU process has been for the ratepayers. And I know that this is the intention here today, but I want to clarify that the intention should be to reduce the pain for ratepayers. And so if you go into this meeting and you find that $15 million to the GSC, while it may help with the debt reduction levels, it's going to hurt people more in the long run. And with the franchise fees, it may even end up increasing rates for people. I don't think you should go through with it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jen Powell. I am the union organizer for CWA 3170. We represent the employees at both the City of Gainesville and GRU. I had a long speech that I was going to say, but I was really happy to hear you say that you care about the employees. I did want to mention the rank and file employees at both the city and GRU are way overdue for a raise. We opened the wage article last year, and because of all this and the legislation being passed, that wage article was closed. We opened it in hopes to negotiate a raise so people could handle the inflation that was happening. That got closed. I'm really happy that you're going to take more time on this. I think it's a mistake. I think it's a mistake to cut the GSC in that manner. I'm sorry. With the first cut, we lost 120 jobs at the city. That hurts. Those services are still being provided, but the workload of the people remaining has increased. That is not sustainable. So I appreciate you taking the time to look at this further, and I don't see a cut like that helping either side really at this point. And I just want to mention, I really enjoy my GRU service. I have never, ever winced on the rates, because when the power goes out in a hurricane, it goes out for a couple of hours. And I know if we start cutting things, that those services are going to not be what they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello. I'm just going to start out with the whole franchise fee thing, because maybe I'm reading this part of the law wrong, but 7.10, number 4, states no franchise fee, right-of-way, license, permit, or usage fee or tax may be levied by the city upon the authority or the utilities unless allowed by general law. Now, on to what I was actually going to say. Thank you, Chair Carter, for laying the groundwork for each meeting, as it does allow us to stay directed to the topics and reduces speculation and rumors. It is not the place or the responsibility of the authority to do anything other than provide reliable power and other utilities to its customers, period. Because the utility is on the brink of bankruptcy, and Mr. Eastman stated clearly on social media in a response to someone, and I quote, "If GRU tried to get out of the contracts the city did for them, they'd go bankrupt. Operations would cease. GRU has bloated salaries and budgets. They couldn't do the work we do for them for a fraction of the cost," unquote. This statement tells us all we need to know about what the city has done. So, if the utility is to be saved, it will be because of fiscal responsibility. The authority and others will stand up for the ratepayers, especially the ones on the east side where I live, the city claimed to have cut a budget, but it actually increased by $1 million more than last year. As admitted by the city at the last JLAC meeting, essentially, the city should take some financial management classes to learn how to live within its means. The city has a bigger budget than last year. How they choose to spend it or invest it is their prerogative. With that being said, I urge you to cut the GSC and pay down the debt. Worry about the utility, not the city's spending decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Good evening again, Chuck Ross. By the way, I am a Gainesville resident and a GRU ratepayer. The thing about this is they're in the middle of their fiscal year. And if you're going to contemplate changing, this is the general service, what they used to call it the transfer fee. Basically what you're going to do is you're going to cause havoc with the budget. And I think whatever you may be contemplating doing, you need to take effect at the next budget cycle. That would be my advice. The only other thing I would point out, I was looking at the financial statements, and I see a 400 as of the September 22 fiscal year for GRU has approximately a $420 million net equity. It has a tremendous amount of debt, yes, and it has to be reduced. But it's not negative. I don't know what years they withdrew additional funds over and above the earnings. I can go back and try to figure that out for you. But right now, there's a positive equity on the financial statements of GRU. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Austin Key, and I am a Gainesville resident, a young professional who lives in the city of Gainesville, and a GRU ratepayer. I just want to say that I've been pleasantly surprised tonight by the board and its choice to move cautiously with something as heavy as changing the general fund transfer and the amounts that GRU pays to the city. I think there is definitely a philosophical question here of whether GRU needs to be run purely as a business or whether the relationship with the city needs to be considered in decisions to cut rates or cut the general fund transfer budget, and whether or not there is or there should be this separation, because ultimately the purpose of GRU is a very similar, if not the same, mission as the city's, which is to provide service to the residents of Gainesville. That's all I have.
No problem. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Eisenberg. About 30 years ago, my new husband and I camped all over the country with a checklist to find a good place to live. And we decided Gainesville, Florida was the best for us. It was a beautiful city with parks, trees, beautiful cultural offerings, intelligent, education system, and we felt the government was small enough for us to play a role. We came from New York City, where it was difficult to participate, in the government. So all these things drew us here. We've lived happily here for all this time. And I think there's something about the soul of Gainesville that's very precious to me and to many people. I know you're a businessman, and that can, dominate over other things. I was disturbed that I heard the transfer might involve cutting the services that would influence our safety, our culture, and our education. I have, like Jen Powell, I have been pleased with GRU over the years. Whether it's a hurricane or peacefulness, I've found they're always responsive. They're always there. I haven't found a problem with the facility, with the utility, and I'm a ratepayer. If the rates help support the beauty and culture of the city, this is something I value and would be very sad if it left. My understanding is that there was some mistake made with the contract for a biomass plant a while ago, and that the city has to figure out what to do with its debt. My understanding is that it was dealing with it as best it could. My understanding is that the GRU has a better credit rating than utilities like Power and Light and Duke Energy. So if our facility is doing as well, I'm not quite sure why we have created this authority. And I thought we were doing pretty well on our own, bumbling along. Nothing's perfect in government, but I think we were doing pretty well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bobby Murmer, coordinator of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. I had expected to come up here and rage against what I thought was going to be a motion to either eliminate or half the government services contribution, but I've been very pleasantly surprised tonight. What I'm seeing from this board tonight is a sort of change in tone, and I hope that this could lead to a collaborative relationship with the city. I really appreciate the caution that this board is deciding to take, and I appreciate that you guys are extending an olive branch to the city and trying to work out a way, find a mutually beneficial solution to problems, real or perceived. Ideally, what I would like to see tonight, and what the ACLC would like to see tonight, as well as our hundreds of members, would be a motion and a vote to affirmatively keep the GSC as is. But that's not happening. What's also not happening, there's not a vote to eliminate it. So I'm just a little bummed. And since this is a public entity, government, that is a good sign. That is a sign that things might be working correctly. So anyways, I really want to thank this board for allowing cooler heads to prevail and move forward with caution. And just one last thing, remember that even though you're a separate authority, GRU is still a part of our city. It's in our charter. So while you might want to take a business approach to governing it, please do always remember that it is part and parcel to our city. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Chair, Board. My name is Wendy Wood. I too am really pleased with your ability to kind of slow down and revisit whether you're going to cut or leave the GSC alone. I do want to say that, it was cut last year by 19 million. And City Manager Curry has implemented many new practices to streamline efficiencies within all city departments. And I think down the line, it's important to actually give some time for these new methods and ways of doing business to have an effect. We have somebody in the seat right now who is, focusing on streamlining it even more, so let's give some time for that. And also, what is the GSC? The GSC is General Services Contribution. That to us right now is part of what the city government has to depend on to function properly for public safety, to have state-of-the-art parks, which helps people with their mental health. I'm not debating that rates are high for GRU payers, but if I was interpreting the slides correctly, it looked like the rates would go down from $3 a month to topping $13 a month. And when you do that math per year, it's something like $70 to $150-something, which, for some families that don't have many resources, that will make a difference. But when you flip it on the other side, what are those families getting for their money by being able to go into parks that are well-staffed and well-maintained, by being able to call the fire department if they have a fire in their home and get response so that they don't lose their home. They can call the police if someone's breaking into their home or their car. They can rely on these services. And right now, the GSC is what maintains that rate of service. Yes, we can, go from that to something else, but we need time to adjust to that. And that's just what we need. We need time. I feel like if you were to cut it, either all or in half, that's going to leave people in a lurch, and not just city employees, but your citizens at large in Gainesville. You will be robbing them of something that is really special. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please. No, thank you. No, please don't.
Jane Kupfer. I work at Grace Marketplace, and that's not what this is about. I want to say, first of all, I was pleasantly surprised with the outcome of the topic on the GSC, and appreciate the open-minded approach, taking time to really sort out the details, hear what the city has to say, see what the levers are and are not. It's not the city against GRU. It's, in the end, like you said, Mr. Chair, about the people of Gainesville. It's about our community. When the GSC was cut last year, it significantly impacted Grace. We had to cut staff, and we're still feeling the effects of that. And if it were to happen, maybe it is a scare tactic as far as fire and police, but nonprofits and what we do would suffer. The amount of folks on the streets experiencing homelessness would more than double. They'd be overflowing in the hospitals and, in the streets, and the whole community would feel that impact. So those are people too that we need to consider, and they're the most vulnerable citizens that we have. And it is our duty and our responsibility to protect them. And I feel like what nonprofits like Grace does is an essential service that's being provided. So as these discussions continue, think of not just city funding and city employees, but all the nonprofits that create the culture and the community of what Gainesville is, because it's special and it's important, and the work we're doing matters and is meaningful. And it's, at the end of the day, it's about not just ratepayers and, it's about just people in general. The rates going from, bouncing from, GRU rates go down, they're gonna go up in the city. We're all gonna feel it somehow or another. So yeah, thank you for being open-minded. Thank you for bringing back the joint meeting that was on the agenda last couple weeks ago. That kind of got nixed, and so I'm happy to see this moving forward, and thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Natalie. I also work at Grace. That was my coworker, and I'm going to echo what several people in this room have already said. I really appreciate you guys or the board rather, taking a more collaborative approach, a more level-headed approach to this, because the decisions made by this authority will not only affect the business that is GRU, but by having this joint meeting, it's really acknowledging the greater part that GRU plays in the city. And I really, really appreciate the time that you guys have taken to slow down and to come together with the city to hopefully create something that is best for all of Gainesville citizens.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Nancy Darren. I think to hold the GSC at this year's level, or I'd even look at increasing it a tiny bit. But I really appreciate, like everyone has said, slowing down, have discussions. This is really important, and we are entwined still. One of the things that is often overlooked is that that we have a very low tax base in Gainesville. And so the GSC has played an extremely important role through the years. And that Some of our largest users are non-taxable entities and contribute to our economy through their utility bills because a majority of properties are off the tax rolls and 51% of residents rent. I quote from the 2013 Chamber Blue Ribbon Report on page 19 that's still true today. The GFT has been reviewed as many of a return on assets or the profit of the utility. As an additional benefit, GFT has supplied revenue to the city from entities otherwise excluded from the tax base. Specifically looking at...
I'm sorry, the motion is, do we meet with the city? You're going
Okay,
in-
I
you're off
apologize.
topic quite a bit.
Okay, I'm
need
sorry.
to
So
for everybody.
I think that this is a great thing to do because we are ratepayers, we are customers, we're city or county residents, and this is a good thing to do. I'm sorry, you're right.
No problem. Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, Jim Conish, I'm opposed to this meeting. As you know, sir, in the spring of last year, Representative Mike Caruso informed the mayor that he wanted to see a 25% budget cut. He wanted to see increased taxes, and he wanted to see a plan to do without the transfer, sir. And he told the mayor that if he doesn't deliver, they're prepared to write a letter to our governor, who's quite aggressive, and have him thrown out of the office, possibly with his colleagues. And Clemens chimed in that dissolution of the city is one of their options, and they have dissolved some cities, sir, in the last couple of years. So you know that, sir. So this comes as no surprise. But I would point out a few other things. Mr. Walker's analysis of what was known as the privilege fee is spot on, but there was one important thing that was not mentioned. I talked to his colleague about this. Because both the city commission and the authority are units of city government, you cannot sue each other. So they can put their fists up, they can show us they're behind, but there's nothing they can do in terms of slapping a franchise fee on either the city or the county, because you cannot retroactively impose a franchise fee. It has to be negotiated in advance. So it's like adverse possession or an easement by prescription. You're out there for 100 years, and there's no way you can be touched. They can sue, and he will file frivolous suits, but he's already filed frivolous suits that the ratepayers have been soaked $250,000 for. We've had to hire another attorney. He's billing you $188 for someone that gets $140. He's probably back there billing the ratepayers right now. And sir, pause the transfer and add up the gouging that is taking place in real time, and there'll be no transfer for a long time, sir. We're not talking about clawing back. We're talking about honoring the fact that in the Perry bill, the city commissioners appoint the authority, and you can only reduce the transfer by 3%. Because of the way they behaved after they defeated this revision in governance or rareness in governance, they went hog wild on all kinds of crazy stuff, and the legislature came down, and they have no entitlement to one dime of a transfer. So we have to look at it in the context of the reality, sir. And for you to make a decision without listening to the public is insulting. For you to not even allow it to come to action 2 meetings ago when it was on the agenda for an action item is likewise insulting, sir, to people like me that spend a lot of time to bring you the realities of the situation you face.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Anthony Johnson, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm against the motion as well. Mr. Chair, there's been some assertions here tonight about things that that I think need to be pointed out. This is not, the board shouldn't look at what your actions as some type of zero-sum game. No, if what you do is you.
So the motion is, do we meet with the city?
Yeah, you don't meet. You can meet, but I don't see a reason for meeting with the city, Mr. Chair, because you're going to have to administer some bitter medicine at some point. Trying to, prolong it doesn't solve any problems. You've been hearing people saying that this is a zero-sum game again, that you got to give them all or nothing. No, the city, if they lose revenue from the transfer, They have other ways of making it up besides taxes. They can bring in, make this a business-friendly community, bring in industry to bring in revenue. So don't buy if you don't give it to them, they're gonna cut services. I mean, I would like to see the voters, I'm in the county, by the way, I don't get to vote. I'm one of that 31%. And I wouldn't want to take it all from them right at once. No, I wouldn't do that. I would do a 50%, cut it in half and draw it down over 3 years, let them know. But in the meantime, in that time period, they could make up for the revenue. Again, make this a business-friendly community. Bring in some revenue in here through jobs, real good paying jobs, and make it a game. Board, this is a game between the best utility win. We can grow and pay down. We can pay down the debt by growth. GRU can pay down the debt through growth. There are people right here in the city limits that don't pay GRU anything. We can.
Let's get back to the motion if we could, sir.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Chair.
We're getting a lot of.
I'm going off, but the motion to meet with the city, I just don't understand what would be the point. But I got 59 more seconds, but yeah. So again, think about the city, the voters. I don't get to vote because I'm in the county, unincorporated area of the county. But I do pay the bills. So when the people pass, when I hear the 5-year plan to raise rates that are in place now, that don't supposed to end until 2027, I don't get to vote for the city commissioners or the mayor who put that in place. But I'm paying that. So when we meet with the city, all those things should be on your mind. That, you know, you have a job to do it and not be afraid to do it, because the city can get revenue in other places besides taxes. And if they resort to taxes, the voters will vote them out.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, just
Yes.
prior to the next speaker, just want to let you know that it has been 30 minutes, so obviously it's up to your decision if you'd like to continue.
Yeah, we
or
have
not.
2 more speakers and then we'll stop. Go ahead, Mr. Malloy.
A meeting, the meeting you're talking about having in the public eye, I think is particularly important, so that we and the public can see the facts set straight, to avoid misinformation and perceptual distortion in the face of objective reality. We want to see truths laid out where everybody can acknowledge them. And so the city can also make it plainer for everybody that the funds they have, at least all of that raised through the payment of utility rates, is our money, recycling to us, the citizens, for the services that we need. And one of those services happens to include employment. The people the city pays to do those services, that's a service too. And so cutting that funding is really this money taken from the citizens and withheld from them when they start losing the services.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker and final speaker.
Back again, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tyler Forrest. Real quick, I want to start with a fun fact. Mr. Walker, the case you mentioned earlier, did you happen to catch the name of the county commissioner who proposed that utility tax?
Well, let's stick to the motion because I
Yes,
kept
sir.
everybody. and
I
you
told
guys
you
can
it was
do
a
your
fun
fact
fact,
later.
though.
Yep.
So it was actually our very own Chuck Clemens that proposed that tax and gave us that case law. So moving on, I do support the motion for this board to work collaboratively with the elected officials of the city commission. I think it would be detrimental to all of us, GRU, the city, ratepayers inside the city and out, if we got into a tit-for-tat situation. I don't think that's beneficial to anybody, and I think it would be very harmful, in fact. However, I did want to bring something to your attention that Mr. Walker could probably opine a little better on. According to...
Okay, we need to stick to the motion, which is, do we meet with the city?
Okay.
Yeah,
So yes.
I'm just trying to hold everybody to that.
You should meet with the
I've
city.
I lost a few of those. So.
Granted, I'll try to keep this short. You should meet with the city. You should work collaboratively with them, including on the previous issue of service level agreements. If you rolled all this into one workshop, I'm sure it would be ungodly long, but it would be much better to work collaboratively and take a longer time to do the right thing than to do something bad quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, coming back, no, thank you though. But No applause. Coming back to the board. Any comments, board members? No? Okay. One thing I just want to make real clear. If I knew for a fact that the ratepayers weren't ultimately going to pay this bill, and everybody's been educating everybody on stuff, I have a homestead exemption. You can only affect me by 3% a year. The renters out there, the very people that we keep saying we want to help, their taxes will go up. The very people that we say we want to help, we're going to hurt if we're not careful. That's why I'm very cautious in my decision-making. You know, my rates go up a little bit. It doesn't really hurt me too much. I don't have to make a decision. I get irritated. The businesses that are out there, the mom and pops, their taxes are going to go up. They're going to end up having trouble. I just want to make sure if the city is not going to pull the lever that our ratepayer is going to pay, I want to reduce this, okay? I want to reduce it as low as I can. That is my sentiment, but I also want to make sure I'm not going to get a victory here and a loss for our less fortunate citizens. So that's where I'm at, because I would vote to reduce it if I knew there was no consequence. So there's my speech. Back to the board, all in favor of the motion on the floor, which is to meet with the city of Gainesville within 45 days to discuss the transfer. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
One opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item is 2024-68 Integrated Resource Plan.
On the meeting?
Yeah.
I mean, is this something that we're gonna take action on tonight?
This is not something we're taking action on tonight. And I would say that the property also is something that, you know, we could probably slip the property in. The resource plan is gonna take quite a while.
It's going to take so, Mr. Chair, if I can,
We're just doing some time management for everybody's benefit, so I apologize, we're off the radar here a little bit.
it is a significant item. We are also doing like a phase two.
Right.
In the next meeting, so we could carry this over and combine it at the next meeting, but that will make it a very significant item.
I'm sorry, which item is this? The
This is
property?
the integrated resource
Oh, the
plan
okay,
item.
yeah.
One all these
So-
guys are coming in to do, and we're about to kick you down the road,
Yeah.
baby.
That is true. So, so it is an item that we're doing a portion of it tonight and a portion of it on February 7th. We could combine it on the 7th, and not do it tonight. I will say there are two presentations. Both of them are fairly lengthy because it's really bringing up to speed what the integrated resource plan is. And also, we have a sort of a market, like what are the trends in the industry? What is the rest of the country doing in terms of future power generation? And so there's two fairly lengthy discussions associated with those, but no action planned.
So,
Let's punt it.
okay, so what about the property? Would you like to? Okay, so we'll need a motion to modify the agenda and go to adjournment.
I'll make
You
it.
got you got Tony's thing.
Oh, yeah. That's right, we gotta go back to that. Thank you. That's why you're here. Keep it honest. So we still have the CEO discussion. So we gotta address that. So
I got a great solution.
we could do
to
a
that.
motion.
Like, I move to, I'm gonna use the word punt
Well, no,
to,
let's use table.
okay, I'm gonna move the IRP discussion for the next meeting, so it's a full presentation. And also to, let's say, 3 meetings from now to discuss the property.
Okay? And then we're gonna go back to the CEO. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion, and a second. I'm not gonna, come on up.
Mr. Chair, as you guys prepare for this crucial IRP meeting, there's a slide in the backup, and you put the number of the packet over the number on the backup, so I can't even tell you what page. But I just learned, after studying GRU for so long, that 51.3% of your generation capacity is scheduled for shutdown by 12/2031, sir. And all these assumptions about debt reduction takes no account of any integrated resource plan to deal with the fact that your aging, uneconomic, dirty plants need to be retired. And when you factor in the transmission lines that connect us to other sources of power, would never be able to supply what we are projected to need in 2032, sir. So beyond bankruptcy, we're looking at what happened when we lost UF after World War II as a customer, where we didn't have the power for a post-World War II UF, and we had to let it go. And once you have to let your service territory go, you are bankrupt. So as you prepare for this, this is where we stand. Not only are in really deep debt, we have old plants, some of them 50 years old, sir, running on uneconomic, dirty 19th century fuels. And finally, what is the second part? You're not, the property. If we don't own the property, how can we sell it? I mean, come on.
Well,
Like, if it's
I'll-
titled in the city, how
I'll-
are you selling that? That would be the city commission would have to sell it, and I doubt if they're gonna gift you the 20 million less the
we
commission.
just sold the trunk radio, so we can do anything.
But that belonged to GRU. That was a GRU asset.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Have a good day. Now, back to the board. All in favor of the motion on the floor? Aye?
Aye. Aye.
It's posed in a question.
Okay. Which motion was that?
No. Motion. Okay, so back to Mr. Cunningham.
All right, I have, with the second, our first meeting that we had here in this building, you were sitting in that chair and you said, there's one good thing I like about you, Coates, and that's that you think outside the box and you bring some creative solutions.
No, there's two, but.
Well, okay, thanks. I got a weird, out of the box that just came up during this meeting to just end this crap with continuing watching this guy get berated about every 2 weeks about losing his job. There's trust issues, there's all this stuff. So here's my concept. And this isn't rehearsed. There's no speech. The people involved have no freaking clue. So here's the idea. A co-CEO. It happens in large businesses all the time. The issues that I have with Tony, he can work on by taking a variety of classes, but there's trust issues, right? So my suggestion is we name Claudia co-CEO and we build a true management team that has checks and balances. It deals with the state issues. It deals with the trust issues. And this man doesn't have to deal with us every 2 weeks, bringing up the fact that he's going to potentially lose his job. We can just be done with it, or we can continue down this road and make this guy and his family miserable. That was not my intent. The one thing I learned about this guy, regardless of how he's perceived, is that I threw a trial, to use your words, and he conducted himself amazingly well. That means there's hope for him. All right? I'm the guy that threw him on the bus and then threw him off because of some things that I brought up. I'm saying that I trust Claudia Resnick financially to augment the CEO, and we got a co-CEO, and we're done with it. We stop the searching. If he's miserable and doesn't like it, he turns in his resignation. If she's miserable, she doesn't like it, or she doesn't want it, like right now, she's probably going, oh God, here goes James again.
I can guarantee it.
Probably. But there's a caveat to this. If we're gonna go outside the box on such a unique move, then I wanna open up consulting agreements with former CEOs of general managers and CEOs of utilities as consultants. If we're gonna tackle this thing, we're gonna tackle it for real. Private equity style. You put a group of leaders on this thing and you train each other. That's my suggestion. If not, then we go back to the search. We do an RFP or we do other one at the city, but that's an idea that's never been proposed. Whether or not she would, there's a lot involved in that. But it takes it off the plate and gets off the drama and allows this man and his family to have a normal life.
That's an interesting approach. I don't see why we couldn't do both simultaneously. That we start a search and you know, if everybody agrees you need a co-chair, then or a general manager. But you know, that it's a little obtuse to try and do that. I mean, I don't know. How do y'all feel about it?
Go ahead.
It's the first time everyone's heard it, so it's
It is.
okay. to
You
be
know,
happy.
these are the kinds of things that I don't like surprises.
No, this
But
is-
I appreciate the conversation. We were gonna entertain it. I would want some time to investigate it and think through it. I think it is hard to have two bosses. That's hard. On the second part, though, I mean, your thought of bringing in some experts and consultants to be, to sort of give us a separate voice, that interests me a lot, that aspect of your comment. I think having two leaders as a CEO, that
Yeah.
might be a
Yeah.
challenge for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely solves the solution because he won't be here long. He'll quit, and that solves that. I could not work in that environment. As far as bringing any consultings in or mentoring or whatever we did, I would want it to be from more of the private sector. And that's been my question to Tony. How do we change the municipality thinking? You know, how do we do that? And that's nothing against anybody. It's just the way we've done it. We look at it as a service more than a profit. We've been instructed to look at it as a profit. And sometimes, you know, like, and God help me if someone didn't get a new truck, I'm so sorry. But when I had a fleet of trucks, they didn't get replaced until it made sense to replace the truck versus repairing the truck. That's the thinking that private do. God, I always hate to point to him, but I can point to him and show 15-year-old golf cars at North Florida. He can afford a whole fleet of them. But they get their money out of it, and that's what we need. That's private. Where in the municipality, we say, okay, we turn our fleets at X amount of miles, or we turn our fleets. It's just easier that way. So I think we need to rethink how we do it. And that's been my conversation with Tony. And I don't think anybody's objecting to that. I just don't think that we know how to do it in one shot or a shot. Even, you know, I hate to say it, you know, levels of government are not good. Sometimes level of managements are not good. You know, your department heads. You know, I'm still trying to wrap my hand around the whole sustainability 27 people. I haven't done that yet. I've shared that with Tony, but it just seems like another level of whoops or whatever. I'm sure they are all valuable people. I don't understand it. So I would want someone from private, if we're ever gonna do that, to come in, not somebody from Orlando Utility, you know, someone that can come in and say, this is the way we do Florida Power, this is the way we do X. So that's the only way I could support that. Dual CEOs, I couldn't even dream of that one.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I love your out-of-the-box thinking, but I'm with him.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
couldn't handle that. There'd be a gunfight.
But I think we should continue the search. I mean, I think we should authorize the search.
I think if we're gonna do a search, I think the mentoring and/or you know, you're dumping money on top of money then. You know, so I think we do one or the other personally.
One
'cause-
or the other what? What?
Well, Mr. Coates said we could do them simultaneously, have mentors or assistants.
Oh, I
come
see
in,
what you're saying.
But, you know,
Yeah.
that's sort of like training him up for the next gig if he doesn't get the job. You know, and you know, I'm trying to look at my pennies. You know, the 480 rings in my head, minimum 100 if Tony's our guy. If he leaves, you know. So, but it's definitely, it's motion time for somebody. And
Well, we're looking at, the issue in front of us actually is whether or not to continue the search, to move forward with the search. So
Yes,
I'll
sir,
make a
with the new
motion.
parameters.
Yes.
Yes, yes, sir.
I'll
We
make-
already agreed to do a search, and that's
Yes.
what I want to remind you.
Okay, with the
We've
new.
already agreed to do a search.
Yep.
The dollar amounts have been significantly changed, and the possible dollar amounts have changed. The realized dollar amounts,
Right,
quite frankly.
and I'll move that we move forward with the new numbers.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. What,
Mr. Chair, can the motion be repeated, please?
go ahead and make, well, do you want to make the motion or
It's
would you like me
difficult.
to repeat it?
It's
Go ahead and
We
repeat it,
understood.
yeah.
It's difficult to hear with the.
Okay,
mic.
the motion that I heard and was seconded was to continue the search with Mykoff and Scott. Mykoff and, yeah, Mykoff. And at the price of up to 95,000 for that, realizing
90 plus 10 travel.
plus 10 travel. So 100,000 for that. And then realizing the 125,000 severance, the personal time, and everything that'll come with it, to the possibility of $480,000. Did I capture that right?
Sounds fine.
Or did I hit the numbers? Okay.
Question for you before there's a second. If it's
You already
a.
seconded it, but go for it.
Gotcha. I can withdraw a second.
You can do whatever you want right now.
Thank you. If it goes 2-2, like I have a feeling it's going to, what happens to that piece?
It's
a negative.
It's a negative vote.
And
This will get a fifth member, I'm telling you right now. There's someone watching this going, oh crap. I mean, everybody wants a fifth member, just so you know.
Yeah, understood. So does that mean we have a search and just no amounts? Okay, is that, because we're talking about the amount, not the actual search, so we're gonna.
The
conduct a
search has been authorized up to a dollar amount. In my opinion, if we cannot achieve the 50,000 plus expenses, it does not meet the motion.
Well, I think that realistically, we need to look at it. We approved it last time up to 50, right?
Right, yes, sir.
Okay, and so what we're looking at now, all the other numbers are still the same. We're $50,000 higher.
Yes, and I think that these numbers have been recognized and
Yes.
advertised,
Yes.
so.
But in reality,
Yeah.
they existed before.
You're 100% right. Yes, sir. You're 100% right.
So we're talking about $50,000 more dollars.
I would say that is a correct statement from the motion before. Okay, you good? So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Anybody like to speak to the motion on the floor?
Mr. Chair, a lot of things that are being said are disingenuous. Tony is not going to be fired. So this whole severance thing is just a red herring. He's not going to be fired. He'll go back to wastewater where he's been. That's where he was recruited from. We're not firing. This is not a Bolarski scenario, sir. But when you have an executive that's accused by Clemens of being a part of a scheme to waste $2.9 million on refinancing just to make the authority and the governor look bad, that's a problem, sir. When you have a GM that's falsifying official records in order to hide the ball, that's not okay. Unfortunately, Mr. Cunningham was hired because of his fealty, sir, to the powers that used to be. Plain and simple, sir. And you know that. We need someone that has expertise in corporate reorganization. When I'm banking at a company and another bank swallows it, you watch them trying to go through what you're going through. I've been through that many times. I know you have been. So we need someone that's familiar with acquisitions and mergers, really, and that understands that the pole star is the legislative intent behind 1645, sir. Unless you're honoring the obvious intent of 1645, you've gone rogue, and you're in no man's land. It's not a matter of how you feel about Tony or our elected officials. It's a matter of what's in that 12 pages, sir. Because it's not going to be changed. And it's not going, there's no litigation to worry about. Are you going to pay for the bond validation that NEE's going to file? Are you paying NEE to sit there? You just clawed back 118,000. There's hundreds of thousands more just waiting to be plucked off. Let's get it done. Let's stop, misrepresenting, they'll sue us. They'll sue us, but it'll be thrown out of court like their other lawsuit was. There's no case for a retroactive franchise fee. I'm sorry. They can't do it. They have no cards. Clemens and Perry have put you in a position to right the ship, and if you don't, it's going to sink. Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening again, Chuck Ross. We're talking about the search process here, aren't we?
Yes, sir.
Just checking. Okay, so here's what I think. Member Lawson presented an excellent analysis. In fact, sometimes I think he's the only one that's got his head screwed on right up there sometimes. Because frankly, he explained to you the costs to search for and possibly replace Mr. Cunningham. And I've heard a lot of speculation, but I haven't heard anything presented, in fact, that Mr. Cunningham is not doing a good job. That being the case, and frankly, I don't think this board is qualified to judge him. So I think if you're going to evaluate him, or frankly, what you need to do is evaluate GRU in general, possibly hire a qualified consultant, an outside consultant, and let's see what's going on, and let them give you a report. And it'll cost a hell of a lot less than $500,000, and then you can figure out what you want to do. And it shouldn't take that long, I wouldn't think. But thank you, Mr. Lawson, though. I appreciate the work that you did, and you made some excellent advice, and your fellow board members ought to listen to you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Austin Key, and I just want to say that I think that the money spent searching for a new CEO might be better placed hiring consultants to work together with Tony and this board to figure out ways to improve the situation at GRU and figure out where costs need to be cut, because hiring a new CEO would probably cost more money than to just work together with what we already have and put that money in a better place, in a better investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Nancy Darren. I oppose this motion. The first speaker expressed very well Mr. Lawson's care and thoughtfulness, and we need to just shut this down for a year, just as he said. I appreciate his idea and not this motion. If you're looking for consultants, are we still members, I hope, of APPA, the American Public Power Association, where we usually we have sent commissioners, we send utility board members. GRU used to be a premier member. And this is 2,000 public utilities across the country. They have research, consultants, education. They have an incredible annual conference that is very rewarding. They team up with utilities who want to do really innovative practices, and especially given the changes in the utility industry that we're going through. And so for the IRP, for all these things, they are the go-to, and we're already members. This is a service that we could utilize. So I suggest you check into that, but I suggest you defeat this motion and go with what Mr. Lawson said, and let Mr. Cunningham continue the good work he's doing with such grace under such just very difficult circumstances. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, Anthony Johnson. Mr. Chair, I missed some of the details of the motion. I know there was a dollar amount that that the board agreed to pay at a maximum for the search. I think it didn't say a time frame. Can you clarify that with me, sir?
Basically, there was no time frame. If the motion passes, it would happen. Mr. Lawson would engage the search committee. The amount could be up to $480,000.
And the search period,
Not for the search.
Not for the search. That is, if every scenario Mr. Lawson presented. The search itself is gonna be $90,000 plus 10, so $100,000 for the search itself.
Okay. And that's until you find someone, however long it takes.
That's my.
No, it would be a defined time.
Okay.
So there's a whole
Yeah,
process.
they're not gonna
but
work
we
for us
will-
for a
We will
year.
open it and close it at a defined time, and depending on how many candidates we had, we'll have to work our way through that. But
Yep.
we know that Mr. Cunningham is gonna apply, so we're gonna have a candidate. And then I would present that to the board. The board could say, no, it's not enough candidates, we wanna keep going, or we could call it and interview the candidates that we recommend.
Okay.
So this isn't like an indefinite thing. It's gonna take 6 to 8 months, but it's not indefinite.
So annually, the amount that you quoted was for 1 year, maybe?
One-time fee.
One-time fee, and there's no way for that fee to roll over? Save the time?
Well, let's not, we gotta be careful. We're gonna wind up getting in a discussion here. I think he answered the question, sir.
What I'm concerned about, if it's a one-time thing, maximum it'll ever be with the money quoted, then I would be in favor of that. But if it's gonna be something that's ongoing and open, rolling on, I wouldn't wanna do that. I mean,
One time. Next speaker, please.
Kim Popejoy. This is the fourth time that you guys have brought up Tony's job. To the motion, please reject it. Quit wasting time on trying to get rid of Tony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, back to the board. Any discussion from the board on the motion on the floor? Nothing? My sentiment is we authorize the search. I'd still want to go forward with a search. The dollar amounts, even the going up to the 100,000 bothers me. The potential other money bothers me. I have trouble saying that I want to save money and then I spend money. But the question is, and unfortunately, we have to do this in public. I don't know, when I say that we need this company to start running, or this utility, start running like a company, I don't know how we get there unless we find out by doing a search. And at the end of that search, with everything in place, if Tony's our guy, then he's our guy. I don't ever see us getting behind him until we know that for sure. I think that this is gonna be an ongoing. In my opinion, when we decided to go for a search, I felt that at least gave some peace to Tony, in my opinion. And he probably respectfully disagrees with me, but at least there was a process going to happen and he could compete. We're gonna have these meetings every 2 weeks that someone's gonna want him fired because he didn't do this or he didn't do that. And who knows what's gonna happen next. I'm in favor of going for the search, because that's what we originally said. The money does bother me. And that's where my heartache is. So I am probably gonna vote for the search. So. Any other discussion? Okay, back to the board. All in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
You got that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Respect it.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair. Oh, the next item is member comment.
Anybody got any comments they want to make?
I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
So, at least the way that I'm working with Tony is, in between our meetings, I have a 2-hour meeting with him, and they go extensively through the agenda items, and basically, I see every presentation.
I know.
That we presented, and I ask questions, and it's a great exchange, and then they give me materials and I study. And then we get in here and we go through the same presentation again.
Yep.
And I'm trying to figure out why we do that. If all the members are doing that, is it possible that we could do the same out work in between, and then when we have our meeting, it's more of a discussion and engagement with Tony and his team? Because these, as I understand it, all these materials are posted and available for review. But it really, it's just the board members that are,
Yeah,
discussing.
and I would flip that a little bit. And I had this conversation ironically with Tony. So on the city commission, I calculated how many hours our executive staff was wasting. Not that they weren't doing great work, but coming around doing one-on-ones, and I mean, like I'm calculating 7 officers, and it's in the millions, real fast. So my only problem with that is for one, our original thing, it was Tony and I were gonna meet on the agenda. And then all of a sudden, I said, he's meeting with others. I said, what are you doing? I was shocked. I said, I don't want to get back to where the city commission was. I was opposed to that. But imagine if we came in here and said, we've seen everything, let's vote, let's have a discussion. There'll be a mob out there. I would do the reverse. I would say, give us the backup. Let us go through it. If we have questions, ask it real quick, but do the presentation in front of the public. Because the optics of that would not be good, in my opinion. I think the public, I don't want to ask but I think the public needs to see the presentation also, and what's going behind it and the instantaneous discussion. That's just my opinion.
Well, I need the time in between just so I can really,
Right.
digest it with his team and with.
Yeah, and I respect that. It's like anything else. I don't care how the house is painted, as long as it's painted. We all do things a little bit different. For me, even the first couple of agenda reviews, we just sort of, here's what's on the agenda. I didn't go, what is that? I didn't even dive into it because I was going to be presented it. And that's just my opinion. I don't know how you guys feel. And I'll go with what the majority goes with.
I didn't make a motion. I just wanted.
Well, no, I'm just saying, once we have that discussion, what I'm saying, what's your take on it?
I agree that the public, there's been a lot of comment about the public wanting to make sure that they know all the details, and so I have to agree with your statement. But at the same time, Lawson, I 100% agree that you're taking a chunk and then you're doing it again. And we could be using that time productively to make educated decisions. So I'm really okay if we were handed the backup. If we had direct questions, we could reach out to staff and we get the presentation here. It's the reverse of what you were asking, but if you get that backup first, you can still engage, but it does satisfy the public.
Yeah, and again, I don't know if there's a right or wrong way. I just knew when Tony and I first met, I think the first thing I said is, for the love of God, don't make it like the city commission. And it was just, I felt so terrible for people. They had to come by, they had to go to 7 members. And I don't know how you guys didn't carry baseball bats at the end, trying to get us all to understand what you're doing. But, what's your take?
Well, I also have had a conversation with Tony about that. It was in my email to him a couple of weeks ago. But I understand what you're saying, and I had not thought about that. I will say that, I'd like that we'd be able to sit back and take a macro sort of a look at things and just ask questions to clarify stuff, because we've all seen it in advance. I did appreciate the presentation on rates and the application of savings to rates tonight. I thought he presented it better than he had done it in the past, and it was more efficiently done. But it was done in a way where the public, I think, also knew what was going on. I mean, I think the public wants to know what's going on. You know, they don't necessarily have to see how the widgets are made either. But they have to see enough. And where is that enough? I don't know where the enough is. So I agree with what you're saying. I hadn't considered that aspect of it, so.
Yeah,
Well,
CEO?
I was gonna say, I mean, I think that this is a great discussion, and I've had individual discussions along the lines as well. Maybe a hybrid is that what we present is a truncated presentation, so it's not, it's not no presentation, it's a truncated. We have the backup that has all the detail in it that's available for anyone to review and ask questions on. But we really try to frame a truncated presentation and then a real discussion, a time for discussion. Because I think what I've heard from you all in every meeting is we can't talk outside the meetings, and then we're in this meeting and we're trying to make business decisions, and this is the time to do it. So if we focus the time on that discussion and put like some parameters around that discussion with a short presentation, it might accomplish both things.
Yeah, I mean,
So that would be my
let's try something.
recommendation.
And it might be where you just send me back, I mean, you and I have to talk about the agenda. It might be where you send me back up and I'm going, I'm cool to the meeting, and he might want something. You don't have to do it, we don't have to have the same flavor ice cream.
But
I would say what works best for everybody.
So here's a great example. I'm just the IRP presentations are in-depth presentations. They are going to be long presentations. Now, this is a really important process we're entering in.
Yes.
How are we going to provide power to our customers going forward? But we have a significant amount of information, both in what that process is and how it goes through the evaluation and the modeling. All of that will be part of it. We have industry experts, the Energy Authority, talking about trends in the industry, which I think is really good information. So as of right now, we have all of that planned for the February 7th meeting. And it is going to be a significant amount of presentation. With the IRP, there is this public aspect of it, of the public being involved and having input. And so that's part of the reason for that. So I want to throw that out there. I do think there's this hybrid approach that can be really much more effective when we use this time more effectively. But that one, I'm not sure we want to truncate that one down or not.
I'm just the chair. I don't make motions.
I don't think we need to make a motion.
I don't
Okay.
think we do either. I
Sounds
think,
like
yeah.
individual basis, we just.
Yeah, and I think I feel like we've got enough to be able to move forward with a more efficient model.
You know, I want to mention something completely different, and I had mentioned something earlier. That every time I have a roll call here, or I get something that says Member Caro, you know, I'm kind of taken aback of, you know, what's a member? Who's a member? We're all members of GRU. And I'm reminded of W.C. Fields, who years ago, and I'll paraphrase a comment, that he'd have reservations about joining any organization that would accept him as a member.
I remember that one.
And so, I mean, I would rather just be called Mr. or Director or something, but member is just, every time I hear it, I think W.C. Fields. So just a comment.
I mean, me personally, I don't
Yeah.
care what they call me. I mean, you know, so it doesn't really matter. If something else comes up, I'll answer to it.
Mr. Chair,
We good?
you have adjournment left.
Yep. We're adjourned.
Yes.